Hello, hello, hello. Happy Saturday, March 14th, 2026. This is a do not poo poo this level security alert for my crowdsourcing rules peeps who are the most helpful people on the planet going forward, not just for me, but for the whole world. Everything's going to be done by crowdsourcing because the news outlets are useless and the court system is useless and the FBI could be useless, but in general, I think it's going to happen more and more that crowdsourcing is just going to be very, very powerful going forward. So I'm asking you to keep a lookout for this Boo Security going on. She's having a concert today at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo in Houston, Texas. This is part 4 of a series I'm putting up this week called Do Not Poo Poo This Alert, Part 1. This is Part 4. Kelly Clarkson Show at Houston Rodeo, Saturday, March 14th, may have a shooter. I'm not getting bad vibes today. That doesn't mean anything. I'm certainly not going to go online right now and say I'm not having bad vibes, because that itself could trigger something. This is the last of this series, of course, because the concert is tonight. At the same time, I am covering everything on this one. I'm not going to make it fast. I'm going to take my time. It could be 4 hours long. So the funny thing is, this alert could be put out while just as you're going on stage over there in Houston. It's just joking, but the main purpose of this video, in addition to alerting the FBI, is the main issue is I'm trying to show a pattern or make a connection that says that there are some people that I've been tracking a long time and having conflicts with for a very long time. And I think they were behind my false arrest. I think they're behind some still planned violence going forward against Kelly and her family, possibly. And I also believe they are behind murdering her ex-husband, Brandon Blackstock. And I think the reason they did that was they can say a lot of crimes that were committed against me, a lot of stuff going down, and what they're going to say is, oh, that was all Brandon. That was all Brandon. It's all gone now. And I'm saying no. The threat is still there, and I'm focusing mostly today on Starstruck Entertainment, particularly whoever was there that ran the Brandon Blackstock and Shelby Blackstock and Kelly Clarkson accounts, Twitter accounts, even from way back. And so without much further ado, I ended part 3 saying don't trust to Kelly, don't trust Ed McPherson. That's the attorney who was involved in 2 different things. He was involved in the contract dispute between Kelly and Starstruck Entertainment and Brandon on one side and Kelly on this side. So he was her attorney for that. And I think, she's under the impression that he was such a good attorney that he won her $2.6 million. That is not what happened at all. I think I am going to have to come in and take almost 1,000% credit for that, because I blew a hole in all that crap that they were trying to do. And I screwed them all, and unfortunately I think that eventually led to Brandon's murder, because after all that, he became kind of worthless to the people who were using him all this time to try to steal money from Kelly. So I even have some posts way back saying, man, his life is now in danger because he's playing with matches, and once he become useless to them, and then he became a witness. So, all right, let's go on. And today, that's exactly where we're heading. We're heading straight to, let me close this down, we're heading straight to Brandon and history with him. So for starters, the main theme is I'm going to try to connect the person at Starstruck who ran these accounts. I'm pretty sure it was the same person. And one connection is the Brandon Blackstock account. It doesn't have very many posts, only 475. A couple of things happened. One, he joined in June of 2009, Twitter. And so did Shelby. It's called Shelbilly. Shelby joined in August of 2009. And he's related, that's his brother, but he also is related to Starstruck in that he, as a race car driver, Starstruck Entertainment was one of his number one sponsors. It's written all over his car. It's very expensive sport, and so that's how Starstruck. And a lot of the tweets are about his all of his driving and races and things. And then when we go to Kelly's account, hers is the same. It was a little bit earlier, joined in March of 2009. And hers, I believe, was more at the time, her tweeting a lot. She interacted a lot. I think it might have been her. Sometimes she went on and tweeted. It could have been somebody at Starstruck. But I believe that ended in around August of 2013 when somebody put out, it wasn't Kelly, but the person at Starstruck Entertainment who ran these accounts at the time, put out something about, it was an insult to Miley Cyrus, calling her a pitchy stripper for her performance at the AMAs or one of those. Remember, like she did the twerking and everything, and that was just unlike Kelly. I mean, Kelly. I mean, I don't believe she sent that out, and I think and then you would say, well, that's her most famous tweet of all. So they achieved. What do you want? You want celebrity that way? I don't think so. So. It's not her most famous tweet of all, but it's very important because it's coming up recently, and that's why I'm mentioning it. After that, in August, now I haven't monitored her account or anything, but I believe there was a shift over at Starstruck to where somebody a little more conservative ran her account. She stopped tweeting, and she was also engaged or becoming engaged to Brandon at the time. There's a lot of shifting going on. But at the time, I think somebody took complete control where she wasn't tweeting anymore, and also the person tweeting for her was somebody else at Starstruck Entertainment. But yeah, so these are accounts. They're interrelated, and it's somebody at Starstruck running all three of them after August, or even before that. It could have been whatever. Oh yeah, no, yeah, it was the. Yeah, there was somebody who mouthed off a little bit more, and he mouthed off against me too. It's somebody gay, I'm pretty sure, but it has something to do with Boo Security though, so it's very important why I'm mentioning all this, because they are related to my security alert for the concert today and every other concert and every time she comes on the talk show, and her whole family, and for everywhere. So that's why I'm bringing this up. So let's go back to Brandon, and So another thing is that the last time the account doesn't have very many tweets, but the last tweet the last tweet the Starstruck Entertainment person who's running his account did was March 31st in 2020. Maybe during when they were hiding out, maybe they did their own Twitter, but I don't think so. I think it was still, but after that, there are no more tweets. So 6 years ago, no tweets. One advertising a rodeo in 2023 that he probably did, or it could have still been somebody from Starstruck Entertainment. But the point is, after 2020, Kelly separated and divorced him, and also divorced from her management company at Starstruck. And when that happened, she divorced her account and that's why when that happened, the person running Brandon's account, Kelly's account, and Shelby's account ended. And that's why you don't see any more tweets from that person after 2020. So in other words, this account here is linked to Kelly and to Starstruck Entertainment. So that's one way. The same with Shelly Blackstock. This account was very, very active, all on from his sponsor at Starstruck, paying his bills. But he didn't have a lot of, ever since December 2020, it's just the same. It's a year later. He's engaged to, what's her name? Melissa Branch. And after that engagement, there aren't very many more tweets. There's a few more in 2021. But basically, he left racing and he tweeted a few more times, and that's it. He's done after that. So it's the same thing. Like, his relationship with Starstruck ended, and so did his account, and so did, all at the same time. And Shelly left, and a lot of changes going on here. And that's the story of the Shelby account. So those accounts were run by the same person, and there's a little bit of evidence there. So let's go through and see how these accounts interacted with me in particular. So if you go to the very beginning, um, I have later. I didn't. Uh, it's still up, by the way. So this, I mean, I'm doing this live right now. So it's not. It doesn't take a lot to go to the end. I can't do it any other way because this account that I'm working right now is suspended, so I can't do searches. I can't get to tweets quickly. I have to actually scroll to get to certain things. It takes me forever on the Shellbilly account to get to where I needed to go. But I have videos of it. If I go too fast, it throws me out. If I go too slow, um, it's going to drive you crazy. But it won't take long. Let me get there. Let me get to the bottom of this and see. Yeah, I don't want to lose it, guys. A lot of interesting tweets. A lot of them are of the kids, but most of them, I think the number one person that's retweeted or responded to is Kelly. There's some Reba, there's some Shelby, but the second person most talked about and most responded to is a guy named Shane Tarleton. And this is the person I've already, he's wondering. There he is right here. There's Shane. Is that Shane? Yeah, Shane Tarleton. So he's very intimately involved with Starstruck, I think, and I've named him as complicit. He's not he looks like a really sweet guy, redheaded, blue-eyed guy. So the redheadedness has some association I'll get to later, but he's also somebody that I flagged with an FBI tip from being somehow involved with the murder of Brandon or knowing about it or being complicit without realizing it. I don't know, but he's wandering around at the funeral over there, and he's not family, but he's there, and he's associated with Starstruck, so he knows, or he had something to do with the murder as far as getting information as to where he was. I think he was there when he died. There's another person called Amanda Craig or something like that, but it's mostly Kelly and Shane Tarleton and Shelby and Reba. There's very few interactions with fans, Kelly Clarkson fans, and I'll go through that a little bit later. I'll show you some interesting ones. There's some plain stuff, and we're toward the end. So we get to his first tweets in his account is opened in 2009, but he doesn't send his first tweet until 2 years later in, let's see where it is. Okay, 2 years later in June. So he opens the account, or the person at Starstruck does, and then 2 years later he's tweeting, and it's to promote Blake Shelton. I think, of course, that's also Starstruck Entertainment. The people running these accounts possibly are also ran Blake, but Blake, I have a feeling, does his own. Or he has his own person that he likes that does just that account. But it could be the same person running all these accounts. So there's there's Amanda Craig, and then the first two before he was dating Kelly was in early he's reposting Kelly Clarkson accounts, but I don't think it's him. I think they're already brewing to make kind of a match made in tobacco heaven at the time. I believe in early January was when Kelly was starting on The Voice, or she was guest hosting, and she also was putting out a cigarette ad, her first cigarette ad ever in her whole life as a singer. She had been a singer, she had been a famous person for over a decade at this point, and never put out any tobacco ads. And then now she's getting associated with Brandon, who is a conduit for Altria to promote tobacco songs through Miranda Lambert and through Blake Shelton and that whole thing, starting in 2010. So he's tobacco, but she's separated from him in a way, and that Narvel is her manager there and not Brandon. But now they're trying to move them together here, push them together as a couple. So in early 2012, Starstruck is getting pressure from NFL or Altria or something to push him together with Kelly to make a tobacco pair or something. So she agrees to do a duet with Jewel called Foolish Games, which is a cigarette ad. So she puts that out, and it's her first cigarette ad in early January. I'm having fits all over the place. You'll see in a minute. And then later, they're getting more serious about this, and now they want to put out a Christmas album that has a cigarette ad called "Baby, It's Cold Outside." So I believe these retweets from Brandon. It's not from Brandon. It's from somebody at Starstruck Entertainment who is funded by Altria to start pushing tobacco stuff. Okay, so Brandon is just a conduit. He's very lazy, and so is Narville. I don't think they had anything to do with a lot of this stuff except to say okay, 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 or push wherever they're told to push. And the push came from somebody at Starstruck who was working for Altria. It seems to be what the system set up here is. So the sixth tweet sent out, so November 12th, is in a couple of months later in January, and it's Brandon. I think this is the first time that he actually tweets. Okay, so one tweet in 2011, and then the rest are retweets, and then his second actual tweet is, "Joke's on me, Blake Shelton had fun on my Twitter last night. For your information, don't leave your phone unattended around him." So apparently he did something. He tweeted something that was a mistake and then deleted the tweet. And he blamed it on Blake Shelton. Well, guess what? That's not, Brandon didn't have anything to do with this. It was the Starstruck Entertainment guy. And I'll show you. It was a tweet to me. So Brandon Blackstock's second tweet of all time, he doesn't have very many, was to me, and he deleted it. And then the third tweet is this one. So let's go back and let's see what happened. Now, that account that I had, I guess it was H Nicole Young, Nicole underscore Young was my very first Twitter account, actually. And it hadn't been suspended yet. It's been since suspended, so if you try to go to Twitter and look for H Nicole Young, that stuff's gone. But I did, very fortunately, I did at one point when I was trucking around, I just decided to copy all my tweets from, I think it was September, October, November, something like that. But I do have all January 2013 tweets from H. Nicole Young. I have it. I emailed it to myself. So let's go find out what happened in early January. So this might not be official, but for the court, I can authenticate it by saying I have an email. So the email is the authentication. I actually have an authentic email that has a PDF file that has all these tweets in it. I attached it as an email, and you look at the PDF file, and this is the PDF file. Or, yeah, I think this is the PDF file of it, or maybe not. I could, but anyway, it's all there. It's authenticated. These are the tweets to the best of my ability. I just copied them as is. So, and I numbered them for the court purposes. But this is like I have. But let's just search for Brandon and see what's going on around the 8th. So you can tell that I'm already talking about tobacco advertising. I'm calling him a piece of shite. Early on, I'd been doing that since early 2012. Okay, so early 2012. Let me see what I'm talking about here. Did we? No. Oh, it is early. Okay, so early 2012. So during 2012, while I'm trucking around, I had gotten out of jail in January in 2011, trucking school. Kelly, okay, I remember all this now. So I had a fit because she's getting together with this guy, and early on, as soon as she did the duet with Jewel, I was suspicious. I had been suspicious of Tobacco Swamp long before then, and doing Tobacco Swamp stuff from 2007 with Britney Spears going on. And as soon as I saw this, like Kelly was my muse for a while as well, long before that. But then as soon as I saw the tobacco influences, and then she's also all of a sudden starting to date this guy, I said, oh shit. And then she's in with Blake Shelton, who had a lot of Marlboro cigarette ads at the time, the most of anybody, and Miranda Lambert. And I said, oh, I'm losing my boo to the Tobacco Swamp. So yeah, we're talking about, so when we look at this, again, let's do this one more time. I don't care how long this goes. So this is January 2013. Keep in mind, I had been calling Brandon Blackstock names for a long time, ever since the duets, I think. Ever since the duet with Jewel. And it was ever since she started dating him, of course, for other reasons, but it's no way. I did not want, this is not good enough. Okay, if you're going to have, I mean, it's almost protective parental in a way, but also there's other stuff mixed in there, but who cares? So, Casey, okay, so let's go on. I think I was calling her a bimbot at this point, too. I don't like some of these things. So on January 5th, I was calling him a tobacco swamp piece of shite. Okay. Hey, Brandfuck. So I was also calling him Brandfuck, Buttfuck, or at least Brandfuck at the time. That name goes way back, so it's tradition now. It's almost, it's almost, what is that called? Nostalgic. He's dead, and I'm still going to keep calling him that. It's still nostalgic. Anyway, I'm trying to. So, hey, Brandfuck. So I guess shutting the fuck up with the cigarette commercials using Kelly Clarkson was too much to ask, even for a couple of weeks, so that Catch My Breath could have a chance to reach its chart and radio airplay potential before being totally dragged down the tobacco toilet. Just like what happened with Dark Side, and especially Don't Rush, which was totally tobacco crapped on before it even got its first breath by that CMA Awards show fiasco, aka the Brandfuck Look at My Fugly Tobacco Ass show, which obviously went over like a ton of bricks in the country music world and elsewhere. Haven't seen the Cosmo article, but pretty sure Casey is still refusing to be pictured with you, Brandfuck, and pretty sure Casey professing her supposed love for you for the 2000th time doesn't make it any more true than the first time this bald-faced lie was put into print. Buy a clue, tobacco ass wipes, nobody's buying it, and worse than that, people are having a negative knee-jerk reaction to it, understandably. Nobody likes to have a little piece of tobacco shite crammed down their face, last I checked. She's in love with somebody else, the engagement is with somebody else, and pretty sure there are a lot of people out there who wish you would take your tobacco bought gaudy Rihanna reject engagement ring and cram it up your fugly tobacco arse so far that it reaches your mouth and finally shuts it up with the KC cigarette commercials. By the way, FYI, this whole Brandfuck thing is getting boring as hell. Nobody is interested in this story anymore except to see how many creative ways I could tell you, Brandfuck, the tobacco asswipe, to go fuck yourself. Bless your heart, and hashtag fucking moron. Okay, so you would think that that would cause my whole account to be suspended. I was talking like this for a year, and then no suspension, nothing, okay? And that's, okay, so fast forward a little bit. We're not going to fast forward because we're trying to see what happened on January 8th. So I'm talking mostly to not him, it's to Starstruck Entertainment Guy. He's not even seeing these tweets. Starstruck Entertainment Guy is. All right, Brandon isn't doing anything. He's just so lazy, and he's not on Twitter. He wasn't before. This is all entertainment. This is all Starstruck Entertainment Guy. So let's see the next time I talk to Brandon on January 7th. It was for me to both Kelly and Brandon. What happened, Brandfuck? Casey finally booted your fugly tobacco ass out of her house? Or never allowed you to move in the first place? Is my guess. And now you're moping around the Starfuck. You're roaming around the Star. I used to call it Starfuck Entertainment. The Starfuck offices trying to do your weekly quota of cigarette commercials. This time involving LBT. I don't know what LBT is. I tried to figure this out. I don't have time to go figure it out right now. I need to get this out here. LBT, whatever. I don't know what that is at the time. Is that the next big tobacco deal in the works? Damn. So, all right. It's obvious that me and Tobacco Swamp Shit and Brandon go back even before this, but this is the only thing I have recorded. Okay? From H. Nicole, and I'm trying to get this account reinstated, in fact, to Kelly Clarkson and Brandon again. You would tweet about her weight, you fucking moron. And then on January 8th, okay, so that, and also, it's not the only people I'm tweeting. I'm tweeting all sorts of stuff about Red Dirt Road, now playing, because I'm in my truck, and I'm tweeting to Kelly, but I'm also tweeting to Billboard. I'm into radio stuff. I'm into tobacco stuff. So I do. It's not like exclusively Kelly. Like some of these modern stalkers are creepy as hell. That's all they tweet about. It's just like, no. I mean, she's my number one muse, and as far as a person, I think her 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 universe is what I was into when I was into that. But I was also doing other stuff, mostly radio and music and female singers, especially her. So let's come on to where, okay, let's come see what happened leading up. So that's January 7th. Actually, let's just scroll. January 7th. Hey, babe, I don't know what I'm writing here. I'll read it later. Now playing at McDonald's, Rockabye. I adore this song. Oh my God, I just looked up the lyrics for Rockabye, and it ends in LA is like Nashville with a tan. Had no idea. Dead people. Dead people never lie. I was still talking about dead people back then too. Whatever. Okay, let's just get going. I'm just trying to get to Red Dirt Road, Bless the Broken Road, Catch My Breath. It was funny because I was also promoting Catch My Breath, so I would listen and then on January 8th, there was a post on January 7th by Brandon Blackstock. Okay, and it was up for almost 24 hours before I saw it. And when I saw it, he didn't have any other posts. It was just that one to me. So he's trying to pretend like the person at Starstruck is trying to pretend like Blake Shelton got a hold of his phone and sent out nasty tweets to a whole bunch of different people. He did not. I'm pretty sure it was just me. As you see, he doesn't tweet that often. And it went like this. So I saw the tweet, and my first tweet, and I don't have the time here, but it was, uh-oh, looks like there's trouble in Tobacco Paradise. And I was laughing because I did get a tweet from the Brandon Blackstock account. And I retweeted it, and here's what I retweeted. So it's from me, retweet of the following post by Brandon Blackstock, dated January 7th, 2013. He wrote, or the guy at Starstruck wrote, Dear H. Nicole Young, God bless you, you angry bitch. Okay? So it's called poking the bear, man. Nobody does it better than I do. A lot of it is I start talking, but it's also poking the bear. So I subconsciously do this, and this was very important actually. It could save your life, baby girl. No, don't pay attention to this video. Go sing. But, so I poked the bear. 2013, what's that? 13 years ago. And I'm ferreting out the person so find out who did that. And you're going to find out who is a security threat. You're going to find out who killed Brandon. You're going to find out who's behind all this crap with Altria. I mean, Altria is behind it. Actually, Adam Schiff with Altria money and some religions want money, but is behind all this. But you'll eventually get to that when you track through this person. Okay, so I wrote to Brandon. I said, "Aw, and bless your heart, you ass-wiping, woman-hating, lazy, freeloading little piece of tobacco shite. Get a real job, fucking moron." Oh, I was gonna put "get a job." My little video. It was that little "get a job" video I made has to do with this, like way back when. Anyway. All right, and then retweet the following post. So a little bit later that day, after I write to him and do all this, the tweet is taken down, and this I retweeted the tweet that we see. Joke's on me. Blake Shelton had fun on my Twitter last night. FYI, don't leave your phone unattended around him. So somebody told him to delete that. It wasn't Brandon doing any of this. Brandon probably doesn't even know anything about this. Blake Shelton probably doesn't know anything. And if you asked him, he probably won't remember, though maybe he would if he had something to do with this. But they didn't have anything to do with it. He's just trying to get the person at Starstruck who is running the Brandon Blackstock account is trying to pretend like Blake Shelton was backing him on calling me a bitch. Okay, so I wrote back to Blake Shelton and Blackstock. I said, "So now you're going to hide behind your ex-boyfriend? Forgot to add chicken shitted leech to the list, you fucking moron. Oh, and for the record, it is apparently cool for a woman to call herself or her female friends a bitch. But when a man does it, well, it doesn't get much more gay than that, lover boys, unless he calls her a fat bitch. Then it's pretty much off the charts on my impeccable gaydar. And if it's a BS song lyric, well, and I'm laughing my head off because I think there was Blake Shelton at the time actually has a lyric with using the words fat bitch. That's very gay. So the person running the count is gay because he used the word bitch against me. Okay, and it's just, and then he uses it in other places too, and I'm going to show that. But it's just a mark of a gay man or a non-gay dumbass moron who is highly influenced by gay men or has their account run by gay men. Okay, so that's one of the indications. I've been saying that for a long time. So on January okay, so let's go on and see where else. Brandon, I think there was a couple in here. What is going on? Hey, Brandfuck, I'm calling him Brandfuck. There was one thing I saw last night that I wanted to get to. So I'm still, it was here. Oh, this was one. So this sums up my entire year. It sums up my entire relationship, in fact. But after that year, I think, so this is early January. I fought all year. I battled, and then I didn't think she was going to marry him. She did, and then as she married him, she came out with her second tobacco ad, which is called Baby It's Cold Outside, on the album called Wrapped in Red. And I called it Wrapped in Marlboro Red. Things deteriorated from there. But I was still tweeting her for a while. But then in 2014, I was out. Okay, let's just do that. Actually, we're going to go through that right now. So anyway, hey, Brandfuck, kind of hard for me up here to hold on to Kelly Clarkson and keep her from going down the tobacco toilet with you clinging to her legs like that. Dude, give it up, be a man, and go quietly where you're heading, which is down the tobacco toilet without her. But he brought her with him, and now he, lived by tobacco, died by tobacco. He was killed by tobacco swamp, and now they're going after Kelly. So it could, all this shit, just trying to get the tobacco swamp away from Kelly. And it's been going on for years now. Okay, so let's just see where I went from here. Let's close this one. Let's just put it down in case I need to come back here. Okay, so that's Brandon. And that's this tweet right here. That's the second tweet. The second tweet he sent out that wasn't a retweet was to me. And the third tweet, after he deleted that one, was trying to backtrack it. Okay? And it wasn't Brandon. It was the person who is still there at Starstruck Entertainment going after Kelly's money. He was going after her money back here, where he's trying to get him to, at the behest of Altria. Okay? So they're still tobacco swamp assholes. They're still after her money. And they could still kill, they killed Brandon, they could still kill her. And that's who I'm trying to get out. In my lawsuit, I'm trying to get these people exposed and everything. It's boo security all the way. It's boo security, boo security. Okay? I would shut this shit down. Like, the lawsuit itself has the potential to be in the millions, tens of millions. If you're going by punitive damages and you're counting the actions of employees that worked for Google, Fox, TMZ, what else? YouTube was Google, NBC Universal. So the market cap total for all the companies I'm kind of suing through vicarious liability is over 5 trillion. Okay, and if you're going to do punitive damages, you're supposed to, and technically they don't do this now because it's very swampy right now, but you're supposed to make it hurt for the people who did the crime or the actual tort against you. It's supposed to make them hurt so they don't do it again. It's a punishment. So you're supposed to take a percentage of their total income and how big they are, and then say, how is this going to make them hurt? And you take 1% or whatever it is. And that's why the huge amount, when I say it's a 5 trillion market cap, and you get all the evidence, and in a perfect world, you say, I'm a little nobody. What they did against me was really, really bad. It was on purpose. It requires punitive damages. So it should be in literally the tens of millions. It would all go down the tube. I would drop everything today if we can get to the bottom of these little pieces of shit and get to who's tracking them at. I'm going after Altria. I'm going after Pfizer mostly, but I'm going after trying to eliminate as much as I can the constant threat against Kelly for the rest of her life and her kids. Just because she has money and because she's a talent, she's a celebrity female with money. And that's all celebrity females. So all you celebrities, and all males too, just all celebrities out there, you got to follow this, because this is an example of what happens to you as well. Okay, in a corrupt court system, in a corrupt world where changes are going on, and it's going to be better in the future. But for now, this year in particular, I'm trying to do boost security, and you should follow along, because the advice I give to her and the advice, what I'm uncovering, could help you protect yourself as well from all the murders that are going on. All right, so that's Brandon, and now we're going to come back to Brandon in a minute and his tweets. But for now, we're going to look at my interactions with Shelby. The interactions that the person working at Starstruck, working for Starstruck, running these accounts. Shelby doesn't know who I am either, and Brandon probably doesn't even to this day, or he probably didn't before he even died. Maybe he did, but it's mostly not him, and it's mostly not Shelby. So I can't scroll down to what's going on here for Shelby. So I'm just showing you what I needed to before, that they're related. But I did earlier. Oh, I'm going to get rid of you, baby girl. Okay, bye, Kelly. I did, if you scroll down, you can search this. Everybody else can. I can't, because I'm suspended from Twitter. I can't search. But you search Shelby Blackstock's account for when he put, okay. So just so we know what happened, why I'm now H Nicole Young, H_Young_Young. H_Nicole_Young, that first account was suspended by Twitter in altercation I had with KRTY and the person at Starstruck Entertainment, who was pressuring or paying through Altria KRTY to play cigarette ads. And during this interaction, I was suspended. You need to find out who worked at Twitter to do this, and all this kind of stuff. So now, and that was in May of 2014. Now I created a new account called H Nicole Young, and this is Shelby in June of 2014 with a question mark. H Nicole Young? What the hell? Okay, so let's go see what's going on with this interaction. You won't see that now. Oh yeah, you will, because he didn't reply to me, or I don't know what this is. I just took this. This is a screenshot I took March 10th, just a couple of days ago. Okay, and this is what it looks like. So if you go to Shelby's Twitter account right now, you go to 2014, and you see that, and it's still there. So what's this all about? Let's just look at what's going on here. If you click on that comment, it looks like he's replying to somebody named H Nicole Young. This post was deleted by the post author. Learn more. Okay, so that already is bullshit. You need to ask Twitter why they put that, because it was from a suspended account. I didn't delete the post. I don't know why they said that. This post was not deleted by me. I did not delete that post at all. But my whole account was suspended, so it should read, this post was from a suspended account. And it's very important that who did that change at Twitter. This isn't a glitch. This isn't an accident. This is done on purpose by people who should be investigated for being involved and complicit in planning violence against my boo to this day. They're still doing it, and this is part of it. Okay, H Nicole Young, and then there was a reply by somebody who said, I can't read it here. I'm sorry about that. H Nicole Young. I think she might get you confused with Brandon. So what is the post that he's replying to here? Well, I'll show you, because for that account's gone. I'd never recorded it. I don't have it. Even though I'm glad that it's still there on the show. This might disappear now, but now it's recorded, so it's there. If you go today and look, it's still there. And if it's deleted after today, that is more evidence. You need to go after who deleted it and why. Okay? So, but I do have this that I saw. I do have a Shelby Blackstock replied. I guess it was a reply to one of your tweets. I guess not very many people reply to my tweets. So I got this, and it's just from my email account. It's the one I have right now, hn_young@yahoo.com. It's like, that's the one I use. That's not from any other account, I think. Yeah, there's just that account. So let's look at this. Let's look at what's in here. Actually, let's just get rid of this and look what's in here. Okay, Shelby, let's see what we got. What happened? What did I write to do this? So this is from my mail. It says Shelby Blackstock. It was to me on June 14th at 9:23 p.m. I wrote to Shelby Blackstock. I replied to him, "Hey Shelby, congrats on your new baby girl, boo," with a smiley face. I wrote this on June 14th. What happened? Well, River Rose Clarkson was born on June 12th. And I'm congratulating Shelby Blackstock on his new baby girl. Okay. So he's not writing this. He doesn't see this. He doesn't monitor his account. The guy at the gay Nazi tobacco swamp piece of butt fucking shit that you need to watch out for, who is still there, still trying to get at Kelly's money, still trying to get at Reba's money, still trying to kill off people so that they can so that they can do the same thing. They're trying to Elvis you. They're trying to Elvis Reba. They're trying to Elvis you, baby girl Kelly. And when I say that, you look at Elvis's estate, and they killed off this is why I'm saying watch out for especially Remy right now, because they'll kill off the male heir, and then they'll let's just go through this later. But I'm just saying, I'm trying to look at patterns, and the pattern of this started a long time ago. All right? So he just wrote H. Nicole Young. But what I am most interested in is the person who responded. Okay? Oh, why did I write this? Oh, good Lord. This is like, I'm just missing the elephant in the room, and I just glossed over it. So, I've been trying to avoid this, I think, for years. I put it out there, actually, several places. And by the way, the H. Nicole Young account in, I think in May or June of 2014, I think it was in early June, KRTY was talking about Kelly expecting a girl. I think it was May. Expecting a girl, and it was, I think, Indiana Al or another of the DJs. And I wrote to those DJs, I can't predict anything, but I'll tell you right now, the baby girl is going to be redheaded. Okay, I actually wrote that, and I was right. Now, what are the chances of Kelly and Brandon coming together and having a redheaded baby? And it's just one in there's no way. And I guessed it right, because I guessed that when I'm throwing spaghetti against the wall, I always go on what I build under me and just go from there. And I'm usually right, because what was under me was correct. And underneath this, I assumed a long time ago, when I heard Brandon speak one time, you notice they don't have him speaking very much. And recently they do, but all this time they don't have him interviewed, and it's not because he's quiet, it was because his voice was a helium voice. That kid had hormones to keep him, like the gymnasts take hormones at 12 and 13 to keep him in a perpetual state of being 12. So they have helium voice. Another set of people who take hormones to keep them in a perpetual state or change their sexuality or whatever are trans people, and they have a helium voice. And another thing is, I proposed, or I know this a long time ago, was sometimes country singers have a certain kind of a voice, and they're born that way, and it's a natural Rascal Flatts kind of a I don't know what that's called. What is that called, you guys? That tenor, not tenor, whatever that is. I think when they have a high pitched voice, but it's not just high pitched. It's kind of a high pitched with a country kind of a twang to it. And trying to keep that voice, they did this to Michael Jackson, to try to keep his little voice, and they do it to, I think, country music stars. And I think they did it to Brandon. Somebody did this to Brandon when he was younger, and when they do this to them, it was Michael Jackson, it was the person who was just on the Kelly Clarkson Show, I forget his name, and I have a tweet on this. I should have listed it here, huh? But actually, I don't care. Let's go to I'm going to do that tweet because it's kind of important. I should have prepared it, but I don't care, guys. You're going to have to just stick with it. It's a do not poo-poo this for not for tonight's concert. I think you're going to be okay, boo. And in fact, I think it's going to be better that I don't post this too soon, too early. But we're going to do. Okay. What is going on? You know what? I have so many windows open that it's just very slow. Sounds like a plan. Most people want his immortality. God bless Kurt. Jared. Oh, I was doing The Voice. He seems solid movie. I'm sorry. Here it is. Hunter Hayes. Seems he was given hormones. Here it is. Okay. So the person is Hunter Hayes, and this is a comment I left there a while ago. He's also very short.
Interested in GLP-1s for weight loss, but worried about high costs and hidden markups? GoodRx now offers monthly GLP-1 subscriptions.
Pharmaceutical Swamp. You notice this Pharmaceutical Swamp. So his name is Hunter Hayes. He's short like Brandon. He's short like Michael Jackson. So this is what I wrote. Seems he was given hormones from his speech and from his singing. Seems he was given hormones when he was a tween to keep him in perpetual helium voice mode, the way they do with gymnasts for other reasons. Parentheses, to keep them in perpetual 12-year-old body flexibility mode. It's not like the country twang that some singers get naturally. It feels fake and forced, and I don't like it. I didn't like this singer. I think they did that to Michael Jackson as well, and to Brandfuck Buttfuck. It really screws up my impeccable gaydar. My gaydar is right smack on the 50-50 fence with all three of these helium voice hormone guys. It really is with Brandon. Like, he does a lot of stuff that's gay with the bitch stuff, but it could be that was his but then he's also so lazy. But then you have the helium voice, and then he does some certain things. So there are some pictures of him that are like, yeah, so I'm on 50-50, and I still am, but I'm still calling him Brandfuck Buttfuck, just in case, when in doubt, in this case, when it's dangerous, I'm saying he's gay, but he's so lazy. Like gay men tend to work a lot harder to get there, and he's up there, he's up there. Yeah, he's gay. Anyway, okay. So it really screws up my impeccable gaydar. My gaydar is right smack on the 50-50 fence with all three of these helium voice hormone guys. They are sexually underdeveloped and probably can't have biological kids from those hormone treatments, which are pretty similar to hormones given to gender-changing kids and which should be illegal to give to minors on all counts. On male country singers, on gymnasts, and on gays. Okay, so I've had this view a long-ass time. Okay, it was with Michael Jackson. A long-ass time. He was given hormones and also with Brandon. So that's where we are with that. So let's go back to where I was before, which is somewhere over here. All right, let's go over here. So, why am I writing about, let's do this one. Why am I saying congrats to your baby girl? Okay, so I already had it in my brain that this guy, his sperm are shit, and he can't have kids. His own two kids, his other two kids from his previous wife, Savannah and Seth, don't look like him. So also there's another thing going on here. even back when that Starstruck guy, the guy at Starstruck Entertainment who was tweeting and trying to, get the thing together with Brandon. It wasn't to get Kelly together with Brandon. It was to get him together with Brandon, but it was so Kelly could have Reba McEntire's biological grandchild using Shelby Blackstock's sperm. Now, how do we do this? Well, I don't know, guys. I'm throwing spaghetti against the wall, but I assumed any guy out there who is a celebrity, related to celebrity in any way, either very young or whatever it is, like they'll tell, listen to this, Reba, they'll get the sperm somehow. Okay, but let's say somebody kicks him in the balls early on purpose, and then he has to be taken to the hospital, and then somebody tells him, well, we have to do a certain thing right here, but we suggest for future, even if he's like a teenager, in case he wants kids in the future, or he had something wrong, or there's some kind of, they told him he had light chemistry, like a light cancer that could be taken care of very easily with a very brief chemo, but he should have his sperm frozen and saved in case it makes him infertile. There's all sorts of fucking scam ways these fucking butt-fucking pieces of shit can get the sperm. They've been doing this for 11,000 years, you guys. Remember when they say, the Muslims, they have all these harems, and all the harems are run by eunuchs. And the eunuchs were chosen, people are under the impression that there's some non-gay guy who's running everything, and he got some slaves and turned them into eunuchs so that they could run the harems for him. And the eunuchs were the messengers, and the eunuchs did this. The eunuchs were running everything, you fucking moronic, stupid shitheads. Okay, I'm getting too excited. We're gonna do this tomorrow or next day when I get onto the real stuff, okay? And when I get into the religion, and I do your anniversary present. And I'm not only going to complete part 3, but I'm going to do a new one that's even better than all this shit, okay? But they have been doing this a long time. The gay Nazis always try to control the family, control the sperm, control who gets to sleep with who, and when the baby, they need access to the child as well, and all sorts of shit forever. Okay, so if they want Shelby Blackstock's sperm, he's a redhead. You won't have a fucking chance in hell for a celebrity redheaded boy. And there's a lot of shit that happened to him too. I'll tell you later. It's just, and what they want is a biological grandchild who is redheaded boy. Okay, they want a biological redheaded grandchild. Well, some of them want a girl and some of them want a boy. There's actually competing things going on right now. Look at that. I don't want to do that, but there's competing forces right now when they're imploding. But there's different things going on. But boy, redheaded boy or girl, they're after that. So they have Shelby's sperm even long before I think they have it. Okay, they meaning the Star Trek Entertainment buttfuckers and everybody who's intimate. Shane Tarleton is involved in this, that redheaded gay guy who hangs around. There's a whole thing. They've been doing it for 11,000 years, guys. So they have his sperm. And ask Reba, she maybe knows something about this. Maybe she knows that he had some problems younger and went to the medical profession. Maybe he did it another way, or maybe some girl hooker got it from him, whatever it is. They have his sperm. So they know the intimate details of Brandon. I'm throwing spaghetti against the wall, but I'm thinking he's sterile and fertile. He can't make kids. So now they want to push Kelly with Brandon with the idea that he can't make kids. So anytime you have artificial insemination of any kind, good luck. It's not what you're going to get. Look at this little redheaded kid. Of course there's redheaded kids coming on the advertisement when I'm doing this. But so that kid, this is my big announcement. I've been saying this a long time, on and off. Not a long time, but not front and center. Do the DNA testing. I believe that Brandon Blackstock can't have biological kids. They knew that ahead of time, and they knew ahead of time that this was a grand opportunity to get a biological redheaded grandchild of Reba. and they got it in River Rose Clarkson. Okay? And the added bonus is she looks like him because her father is Brandon. Her father is Shelby, sorry. River Rose's biological father is Shelby Blackstock. And that's why I say congrats on your new baby girl, boo. When was this? Whatever. 2014. 12 years ago. Okay? So that's what that is. And what else are we going to talk about there? That's what happened. So after this, okay, let's do a couple things. Let's do a couple of things going on here. So now, before all this, and I have it along even other history, Reba had her entire band crashed, and online I was saying this in 2000 and whatever, way back. The crash happened in like 1991 or something, but even like it just, I thought later, because I have a whole connection with redheaded, like she hasn't had a chance to do, like she's surrounded because she's redheaded, blue-eyed, whatever. We're going to discuss that later. But her son is like, there are a lot of infantophiles that needed to get to this son and do some kind of sexual abuse stuff to him. And there's big money in this. Huge money, because it goes back 11,000 years. There's like, it's genetic. It's not even a tradition. It's like something in their genes. It doesn't just make them infantophiles. It makes them want to do this certain thing to little, especially redheaded kids, especially a celebrity kid. It gives them power or whatever it is. But that was a huge demand for that kid. And I believe all of the conflict fighting over who's going to have access to him. And once there was a time, I'm going to say Brandon was like 14 at the time. He probably wanted to take flying lessons. So they got him hooked up with, trying to get connections with getting access to little Shelby, who was a year old when that plane crash happened. And he was still an infant. So the infantophiles wanted to get at him. And I think that whole plane crash was on purpose. It was done by somebody at Starstruck Entertainment who's doing this shit. Okay, so not only is this person behind murdering Brandon, they murdered the entire plane crash going on. Okay, and it's related to Brandon. It's related to him wanting to learn to fly. It's related to Shelby this way and that they were after him. It's related to Reba, and it's related to Starstruck. And so the most interesting thing that happened when I did this is I wanted to see what the hell happened and why this person... Okay, sorry about this. So we're going to go, if you go to Shelby, it takes me a long time to get there. I can't get there anymore. Sometimes I can't get there at all. I couldn't get there today. But you go to that post and you go inside it, and then you click on Tigger. And this is Laura Osborne 95. June 17th, 2014 was her response to the June 14th post, or my post. So my post was June 14th. Shelby responded on June 14th right away. Like, he's online. He's not online. Okay, so right away means it was Starstruck guy. You need to find out who that is, because then somebody called Tigger on June 17th responds from England and says, H. Nicole Young, she's responding to Shelby. H. Nicole Young thinks she might, he was responding to me and Shelby. And it says, I think she might have got you confused with Brandon, and a smiley face XX. No, I did not get him confused with Brandon. Okay, but they're trying to like cover up here or something instead of ignoring it or deleting it or whatever. Like, delete the post, but they're covering it up. And this is what you do. This is what happens when you click on Tigger. Click. This is her account. It's probably a male. It's probably a fake account. I know it is, and it's probably a fake account in England, and it's another Starstruck related gay Nazi tobacco swamp asswipe. I'm pretty sure, or maybe defense contractor swamp. But the thing about this post, this person is, This post does talk a little bit about Reba. She's supposed to be a person. It's supposed to be a female country music person in England, but she doesn't have a lot of posts, but she doesn't have very many for Reba. But let's start. So she has 2,700 posts total, and except in December 21, 2022, it's just the only tweets she's getting is from Twitter saying this is your anniversary in 2021, 2022, in 2020, and in 2019. So she stopped posting in like 2019 or 2018, around there. So that was the last account in 2019. So let's just go down a little bit further. I'm just showing you these are just the posts, not the replies, but they're pretty much the same. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I can't pause this. Let me just do this. I'll just let it go because it just gets blurry. Let's just play it. I'm just going to play it. So I had to videotape this because I couldn't take the... Oh, it did blurry. It got blurry. Oh, no. That was me recording this? Nope. There's a clear view of this, but she tweets to Melissa... I can't believe that this isn't coming out clearly. Okay. Anyway, so she tweets to Reba. There's a few tweets in 2019 and 2018, not much. And then here is Reba with a little redheaded kid. He's the son of Dan and Shay, little redheaded kid. It's kind of pertinent that one of the very few posts he does is comes online after a year or two of no posts and posts a picture of a little redheaded infant with Reba. Okay. And then another post that doesn't have anything to do with her, and then like this post out of nowhere, and I'm sorry I don't have a clear picture of it, but this is what really sets me off as being related to the starstruck person, related to the crash, related to people trying to kill Kelly by plane. I mean, they've been trying that a long time, and it's that this post is right here. So I'm sorry about that, but this is, I can't get to that account. You can go there now unless they delete it. Go there right now. Go to where it says Agent Nicole Young, click on it, and then go look at her account, and see if you don't see what I see. And it's this right here. This is the picture that I just showed you. Okay, let's can I make that bigger, anybody? No? Is there any way to make this bigger? Oh, good Lord. Seriously? Okay, so you can't see it, but it says 27 years, and it's a picture that says, "For my broken heart." And I'm not sure where this plaque is, but it has to do with the people who were killed in Reba's plane crash over there in San Diego, when I was there in San Diego at the same time at UCSD. So it has the manager, the tour manager, and all the musicians. And this person is like, now, if they were posting constantly every day about Reba at this point, they post a little bit. And they hadn't posted a long time, but all of a sudden out of nowhere, they're talking about the plane crash. And it's related to, Shelby being a redhead and being a redhead. It's all related to me. And it's throwing spaghetti against the wall, but it seems to me like the person at Starstruck asks their counterpart, asks their Tobacco Swamp counterpart in England. For instance, whoever ran this account, look them down if you're ever going to England, baby girl. Like the FBI or somebody should track them down for security reasons, because if they go to your concert, I think I'm not going to say they're going to be a shooter, but they might be the victim that they're going to say is the shooter, or they could be giving information to somebody that allows more access to you. But I think this is another suspect, including in what's going on today. Okay, you need to track this person down and track the person down at Starstruck, because they're related and they work for Altria, I believe, and that's that. So that's Shelby for you. And I think what I wanted to say on the Reba thing, when I'm saying you guys they're being Elvised. Let me see what I have next before we do this. I'm going to delete all this. Where am I? Okay, I need to start deleting stuff. So we're going to say bye to Brandon. We're going to say bye to the Shelby account. We're going to see where I got this stuff. We're going to see where I'm heading with this security alert here, having to do with the plane crash and future plane crashes and Starstruck Entertainment, the person running those accounts who's still there or still active with Altria, the Shell Billy, and you could do this right now, but I'm sorry, I have it and it's not blurry, so I do have it. I don't know why it's blurry there. And then we're going to, okay, so we're going to come to modern time. Before we come to modern time, there's something I want to do. So a lot of times I relate all this stuff to my lawsuits. And what I'm going to show you is, we already did this. Oh, I wanted to say another relationship was, let's do this before I go on. Where do I have this? So, that account where I said, congratulations on your baby girl to Shelby, that H. Nicole Young account, that was like June, right? And I think in July or August, I wasn't doing anything. I stopped tweeting a little. I stopped tweeting Kelly so much. I was tweeting a little bit, but I was starting to, get distanced from her, in mid to late 2014. And then the one day I'm at the Safeway in San Francisco. I remember specifically. I'm on the phone, and I sent. It wasn't a response. It might have been a reply, but she did something, and it wasn't her. It was the Tobacco Swamp, and it just felt that way. It felt like it was the Tobacco Swamp piece of shit doing some tobacco ad or something. And I said, "Hey, Kelly, baby girl, I hope someday you appreciate or can tell the difference between the fake fans that are bought by Altria and the Tobacco Swamp, your tobacco fans, which they were buying up. I think they were buying up all sorts of followers for her. Like she went from 2 million to 11 million in a few days or a few weeks or whatever it was. Or after every time she did a cigarette ad, she would get all these millions of followers. And they haven't changed since then. She had like 12 million back then, and it hasn't gone up or down since. So it was obviously all bought. And I said, I hope one day you'll be able to tell the difference between your bought Tobacco Swamp fans and your real fans. Okay. And it wasn't anything nasty. It wasn't anything that should break the Twitter rules. But that's the last post on that account. And my account was completely suspended after that. And it was suspended by the same people who worked with KRTY. It's the Starstruck people. And Twitter is now being sued over this. But I will get into that a little bit more. But this is the lawsuit. And I even have a lawsuit after that called H. Nicole Young versus Twitter in the Superior Court of California, County of San Francisco, where I sued them for defamation because anytime you looked up my account, it said account suspended. It was my name. So, it makes sense. Legally, that is defamation. It's my name on the account. It wasn't anonymous. And if you look up H. Nicole Young and you go to the account, like people who knew my account, they'll go there and they'll say, this account is suspended for breaking rules. And I said, I didn't break any rules. That was suspended. And Twitter was very squirrely on this. Like I have all these emails, oh, well, it was a breach and we did this. And I said, fine, then reinstate it. It wasn't me. And they wouldn't reinstate it. They never, and I just finally sued them. And then I just let it go because it's just, suing in the court system now. I just wanted to get the suit out there to prove that, just to mark it down. This is what I do a lot of lawsuits now. You're not getting anywhere with state court, including now even, until we do some other stuff. The system is, I knew this 30 years ago, but I did sue. I knew I wasn't going to get anywhere. I hoped that it would push Twitter into reinstating those accounts. They never did. And that account was up forever until Elon Musk took it over. And in 2020, around there, the H. Nicole Young account was completely, like you couldn't even see it now. If you try to search H. Nicole Young with the underscores or H. Nicole Young, it doesn't even come up. It used to come up and say this account is suspended. And now they took it down completely. So maybe they don't have the I hope I can get all that stuff back because it's really important to me. So anyway, that's that. And I'm going to get back to that in a minute because I'm saying the person who is now a threat to Kelly, even at this thing, this tobacco swamp piece of shit, who suspended that account, those two accounts way back then, also suspended accounts having to do with same person at Starstruck behind this. All right, and we'll get to the bottom of that if my lawsuit. Now, if you're interested in getting to the bottom of that, and it's not just for me, it's for all of security because it all comes from Altria, and it all comes from people pressuring like Britney Spears to do cigarette ads, and if she doesn't, they're going to take her kids from you. If you guys are tired of this kind of shit, not just for cigarette ads, but for if it's the pharmaceutical swamp, it's going to be pharmaceuticals or doing mask stuff. If it's defense contractor swamp, you're going to be you have to advertise for Ukraine. If it's the religion swamp, you have to advertise and be pro-Israel and pro-war and God, whatever it is. If you don't do these things, they'll take your kids away, whatever it is. It's all the same kind of gay Nazi shit. They're all imploding right now, but if you're sick of them threatening you, you're sick of them killing you, you're sick of them keeping the keys to everything and being the gatekeepers for celebrity, being the gatekeepers for everything, just either wait or help out, but don't bash Trump because that's the fastest way to get to the other side of this BS that's going on. Okay, so that's that. So let's fast forward to today, and it's relevant. And so let me think. So I had H. Nicole 3. So since then, I had in the year that I was right before I was arrested, there were 2 other Twitter account suspensions. There was H Nicole 3, H Nicole 11, H Nicole 111. Oh no, just H Nicole 3. So after H Nicole was suspended, I made H Nicole 3. It was my 3rd Twitter account in 2014. And I kind of split off from Kelly after that and went on and trucking. And I didn't really tweet her very much from, 2014 until 2020. Like 6 years I didn't tweet or do anything. So I thought I lost her to the tobacco swamp and go have a good life. And I hope, the kids will be okay. And I hope you're happy and all that stuff. But, and then I came back. But, so H. Nicole 3 all this time was suspended after 7 years and Twitter's being sued. But we'll go over that in a minute. Well, no. I'm sorry, guys. I had this in order. It's very complicated, but I am going to cover everything. And I don't care if I go on for 5 hours. This is really important just to get it out there. I could refine it later, but I need to get everything that's on my panels on tape so that I could refine it later. And here's what I wanted to put on tape. This, when I say it's related to the lawsuits. So this is related. I just want to mention something about Starstruck Entertainment and their kind of control over Reba and Kelly a little bit still. And so here's a lawsuit I filed. I filed it on August 8th last year, 2025. And it's for an arrest that happened that wasn't Kelly Clarkson. It was a fake restraining order, and the restraining order was run by a few attorneys, and some people at Starstruck. I'm pretty sure the same people who I'm talking about, who were running these accounts, and having my Twitter account suspended, and they also had my Twitter account suspended all these times. So that's the reason why Twitter is named, and so is YouTube, because they also had my YouTube account suspended. Every time I hit upon a truth or every time I do something, these accounts are suspended. So in pursuit, and I'm suing them for civil defamation because of that, conspiracy to commit malicious prosecution. They're helping these people to do a false arrest warrant against me and a false arrest. Wrongful termination is a separate thing, but it's kind of related. It has to do with Walmart. And a violation of RICO, complaint, jury trial demanded. So the violation of RICO is all these companies coming together to do fraud. And it's very easy. Now, a lot of people will, like the FBI, lazy people, oh, you don't have enough evidence. You don't have enough evidence for RICO that they were doing cigarette ads under. And I said, no, you don't need that. I don't need evidence that they were doing illegal tobacco advertising. I don't need that. I don't need to prove that, even though I can prove that very easily as well. All I need to prove is that they were unlawfully trying to silence me for accusing them of violating the tobacco swamp, the Family Control Act of 2009, whatever that was. I say that, and they silence me, and it was the unlawful silencing, the malicious prosecution. That's the RICO cause of action, and that is beyond easily proven, FBI. Okay, you can do criminal RICO here, even though it seems like it's minor infractions. It will lead to huge things. Okay, and now I feel like you saw, and that's funny. That's why I like the Spencer Confidential I showed yesterday, because he goes, "You can have a RICO." He actually mentions RICO, and he's like, "Me, you FBI, you've got RICO right here," because RICO could be civil, which I'm filing a civil complaint, or it could be criminal, and I'm trying. And if the damn FBI would get on this thing and do the criminal RICO, then the civil RICO is a piece of cake. I don't even have to do anything. It's just boop, it just falls out of everything. And they did all the, swamp cleaning and everything. That's what I'm trying to do right now, swamp cleaning for boo security reasons. As I said, it could be up in the hundreds of millions in a perfect world. My punitive damages should and could be that high. I would throw it all down the drain today if you said I am guaranteed boo security for the rest of her life. Boom, gone. Okay? So this is boo security, and you might think, why are you poking the bear then if it's going to make them try to go after her? And it's the other way around. At this point, we've crossed the threshold to where she is in constant danger unless you poke the bear and get them exposed. Because as long as they're still there, waiting in the bushes for their opportunity to do something, it's always going to be a problem, and you need to get them out. And I don't care about poking the bear. This is the best way to approach this. That's my approach. And Kelly and I sometimes disagree on the approaches to take, but at least you know where I'm coming from, and I'm positive. So I will drop that if it's guaranteed, but I don't think you can guarantee that right now. In other words, and I'll show you later what I'm telling these guys, I'm dropping all you guys if you can hand me the people behind doing all this shit. If X Corp can hand me the damn gay Nazi buttfucker who worked with the gay Nazi buttfucker at Starstruck Entertainment to cancel these things, and then lead us back to Altria with that, then great. I'm done with you, X Corp. You know, I'm not going to sue you. I'm not going to ask for any money, even though you behaved very badly and wrongfully were involved in all sorts of shit that I could sue you for. Same with everybody on here, except Starstruck, Ed McPherson, and so at the time, so this was the original, and these were the original defendants. And I'll tell you, people who aren't attorneys, why are you suing Fox? Well, a lot of times, if you're going to do a lawsuit, especially at first, and they'll probably drop out, but it's really best practice. I absolutely am suing TMZ, but then you have to sue the parent company too, in case the parent company was influencing their behavior in some way. And you always don't want to close that door. I don't want to add them later. I'll delete them later, but you always want to sue the parent company. So I'm suing TMZ for sure. Have a lot of evidence against them. They absolutely did defamation. They absolutely were conspiring and plotting to do malicious prosecution against me. Okay, that's why they're named first. And their parent company, of course, YouTube involved, and their parent company is Google. So that's why. So I would sue TMZ, YouTube, and then their parent companies. X Corp doesn't have, the parent company is not really related to. You could, I guess I could sue it's not Tesla, it's all privately owned. I just didn't bother because it just was too messy. Walmart doesn't have a parent company. Starstruck doesn't either. And Edwin McPherson, I sued. I didn't sue Ed McPherson. I'm not suing actual people. I'm suing only government, no government entities. I'm only suing corporations because that's what RICO handles. So this is all based, I'm trying to feed into the RICO by not naming individuals, because I just want agencies. And so that's why when I say Edward McPherson, I'm not suing him, I'm suing his law firm. And that's that. So the reason I'm showing this is because later on I filed something called, I filed that, but then I filed it so quickly that I filed an intent to do an amended complaint after I got more evidence under the belt. But in the amended complaint, it should say notice of intent to file a first amended complaint. usually as a pro se litigant, and also in all lawsuits, you have a chance before you even serve the defendants to amend the lawsuit as best you can before anything is served. And I don't want I don't want this served until I file my first amended complaint. And then you say, well, what's taking you so long? That's August. It's because I'm using this lawsuit as a vehicle to also do justice reform in a big way. I refuse to go forward until the Magistrates Act, the Federal Magistrates Act is decided whether it's constitutional or not, and then whether they should be taken off my case completely before they do anything. Also, decide I'm also not going to pay a single dime of money until it's been exhausted at the Supreme Court whether I deserve, whether legally I should have the fee waiver granted to me based on all this facts. So there's going to be, and everything is frozen right now until all these things are settled. And you go, well, what the hell? It's going to take years. But it is preserved. My statute of limitations on March 8th is going to be preserved. Now, eventually, if I lose this, I lose that, I might eventually have to pay the $400 filing fee, which is stupid when they say you can afford that. Because when they grant you a fee waiver, that means you don't have to pay the $400 filing fee, but you also don't have to pay the service. And you see what the service is going to cost you, $100 each? It's already up in the thousands, okay? Because the way they do service now is a ripoff. And I can't just email them the way it should be, okay? Especially against pro se filers. So with the fee waiver, you're talking thousands, and then also every time you file something, you have to pay, and you don't have to do that. Every time you appeal something, you have to pay. So a fee waiver granted is not $400. It's like, I'm going to guess $10,000 if it's a major case that can go forward, okay? I don't have that money. That's how they, okay? So it's just crazy when they say I can afford, and in addition, I can't even afford the $400. I'm on SNAP benefits. Anyway, anybody's interested in it's fantastic. I'm so happy with how this is turning out. So that's what's taking so long, is I'm appealing every little decision they make. They denied my my fee waiver request. Fine, we're going to appeal that, and we're going to say that shouldn't have been decided with the magistrate, because I demanded the magistrate judge be taken off. I'm challenging that. It's just going to go on forever, and that's fine. Go on forever. So that's why it's taken so long, and that's why I'm fighting in. I'm trying to do the evidential, I'm trying to do discovery in the state court. I mean, it's funny. I'm using the state court to do the heavy lifting, so that by the time this finally comes up, it's like 5 sentences. Yeah, the state court, that's why I'm asking for the civil harassment restraining order be vacated based on fraud. Can you imagine when I get that, which it should be, and then I just take it to so half this complaint, like 90% of the complaint could be cut down to 1 page if I just do it all in the state court first. So while this is going on in appeals and everything, taking forever, I'm going to eventually take it to the Supreme Court. That takes a while, and then they'll deny it or whatever it is. And then once they deny it, I come back and do the next one, and then it could take years before we get anywhere with this, and that's fine, on purpose. Because I am not here to win this case. I'm here to win it properly, like they're following the damn law. They're not even following the law, is what I'm saying. I mean, I want to change some laws, yeah. But even the laws that are there, they're not even following the law. That's how bad the system has gotten. They're not, I mean, anyway, so go to that. But this isn't the point, okay? These are the people I added. I'm going after mostly Altria and Pfizer for their backing of all this swampy stuff. That's going to be easier once the 16th Amendment falls, blah, blah, blah. That's just NBC Universal, because there's still some boost security going on there. Even if Kelly stops the Kelly Clarkson Show, there's still boost security problems, and I want to continue that. Comcast is their parent company, okay? And then the Laura Wasser, Samantha Spector, and Brian Friedman, their law firms. And then the Kelly Clarkson Show, just to get information. I mean, I'm not going to go after, it's just to get information. So they're in the suit, and they're not really a company. It's hard to kind of sue them. It's just complicated, but I've been getting help from Grok on how to approach a lot of this stuff. Okay, but this isn't what I'm after. This is why I'm here talking about this. It's called intent. So this Doc 9, you notice I filed on August 8th, and then a month later I'm filing this intent on September 5th. Okay, they still haven't decided my fee waiver by this point. Like, they're just holding it forever. They're not deciding anything. So that's September 5th I filed the intent, and then the next day I said, oh shit, God bless Kurt. I was going to file this, and I never did, apparently. I thought I did. But it's this. Okay, so it's an intent to name the Alexander Trust doing business as Starstruck Entertainment, LLC, as a defendant. So this was prepared on September 6th, the next day. And I was going to file it, but then something happened. What the hell? I don't know what happened. Something happened on my case, or something happened in the news, and I didn't file it. Okay, and I just like, oh damn, I looked at it right now and I can't believe I didn't file this. Maybe I'll file it now. It's no reason to file it, but I am kind of, this is very important for Boost security, in that, let me just read the whole thing. So I was going to name one more defendant, and it was going to be the Alexander Trust doing business as Starstruck Entertainment. And let me just read the whole thing. Plaintiff, you get Nicole Young, proceeding pro se, hereby provides notice of her intent to name the Alexander Trust doing business as Starstruck Entertainment, LLC, as a defendant in her forthcoming first amended complaint, prior to service of process on all defendants. This notice is filed pursuant to Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 15A and Local Rule 15-2 of the Central District of California to provide advance notice of the intended amendment. Narvel Blackstock, the sole trustee and sole beneficiary of the Alexander Trust, resides in Nashville, Tennessee, which satisfies the requirements for complete diversity of citizenship under 28 U.S. Code 1332A1. As plaintiff is a citizen of Florida and the other defendants are citizens of states other than Florida. Plaintiff is currently uninformed regarding the precise corporate structuring and relative legal liabilities between the Alexander Trust and Starstruck Entertainment, LLC. Accordingly, plaintiff is following the approach utilized in prior cases involving Starstruck Entertainment, LLC, including the naming of both the trust and the operating entity as defendants, where appropriate. Specifically, in Will Fong versus Starstruck Entertainment, LLC, number 32 CV. This is in civil, in the Middle District. What is that? Middle District of Tennessee, filed on January 10th, 2023. Both Starstruck Entertainment, LLC, and the Alexander Trust were named as co-defendants in a federal trademark infringement action, with the court exercising jurisdiction over both entities based on their interconnected ownership and operations. Similarly, in the 2012 Uniform Domain Name Dispute Resolution Policy proceeding, the Smith Trust doing business as Starstruck Entertainment, Inc. and Starstruck Management Group, LLC versus Screwface Records claim blah, blah, blah. The panel treated the Smith Trust, the predecessor trust, as the primary complainant doing business as Starstruck corporate entities due to the trust's ownership of the relevant trademarks and its licensing thereof to the operating companies, ultimately granting transfer to the disputed domain names to the trust. Plaintiff intends to serve the Alexander Trust through its trustee, Narvel Blackstock, at the principal place of business of Starstruck Entertainment, LLC in Nashville, Tennessee, in accordance with the Federal Rule of Civil Procedure. Okay, we haven't gotten anywhere, but once the case gets somewhere, a couple of years from now, this is what I'm going to file, but it's the information for other attorneys out there. Baby girl, this looks like, okay, it's called the Alexander Trust. The first one was called the Smith Trust because I think that's a maiden name for Reba. But then what happened was, once, we're going to go back to the baby. I didn't even talk about Remy. Oh, good Lord. Okay. Once River was born, I think something happened where nowadays, and I don't know about you, Kelly, Now listen. Let's just do this real fast. Let's talk about this some more. um, I don't know how it came about, the pregnancy, or if it was IVF and you're too embarrassed because you did say that you humped like rabbits or whatever it was, and you want it to be known that it was natural and all this, and it didn't. I don't know what the truth is. I'm just throwing spaghetti against the wall. But it seems like a lot of people at Starstruck know the truth, and they possibly even know the truth if what I'm saying is true, that River is Reba's grandson. And all these things where they're trying to hook you up with that Brett Eldridge redheaded guy, it sounded like they're trying to make out like, how the hell did that kid get red hair, you know? I mean, ahead of time you could see shit that they're trying to spin future stories and all this crap. Okay, you obviously didn't sleep with Shelby, and so they got it through this sperm thing. But where did that sperm come from? I think Reba knows where that sperm came from, and I think everybody on the planet wanted you to have Reba's biological grandchild, really, to get a good singer. And what they wanted was a redheaded singer and all this stuff and whatever. I mean, there's all sorts of people, including me, who wants to see you having. They don't want you hooking up with that short little butt fuck whatever. I didn't want that either. We all want to see the biological. So anyway, there's a lot of pressure there, and maybe even Reba wanted that, but I kind of doubt that. I think she's such a cool person. I don't think that I mean, it would be nice, but I think she knows how that happened, if it happened. And Narvel is so clueless of everything. He's even lazier than Brandon. And I think Brandon also knew. But he found out or something, and then he asked for the divorce. And I think that was all kind of pushed by this Starstruck Entertainment gay Nazi buttfuckers who are after all this money. Okay, and Reba didn't want the divorce, but it happened right around the time you would find out that River is not the biological child. And also, what happened was this. This is what happened. If it's IVF, that's one thing. If it's, and you've mentioned before that you have your eggs frozen. I don't know how that happened, but before all this happened, there's a lot of people who want a redheaded, blue-eyed biological grandson for Reba. The blue-eyed part is really hard because I think Blackstock, it's definitely Scottish and they definitely have redheads there, but Blackstock in particular, I think the name comes from them just being dark. They have dark eyes, they have dark hair, they don't have redheaded kids. Well, they do apparently in this case. I think maybe her sperm was spun, but Reba definitely had a son, a redheaded looking Narvel. Okay, that's who Shelby is. But it's the blue-eyed thing. She has blue eyes, or maybe she doesn't. We're going to get into this later. I don't know how blue they are, or maybe she has contacts. There's some earlier pictures where her eyes are obviously dark. But they said, so what we're after is Kelly's eggs are capable of making a redhead. But can we get a redheaded male, whatever, and a redheaded blue-eyed biological grandson of Reba? And they need your eggs for that. They have Shelby's sperm, and they need your eggs to do this. And whether or not you know it, no. Okay, so I'm not sure if they had your eggs before this, but it's obvious that you're not going to get. They got the redhead, but they didn't get the blue eyes. And that's going to be hard when you're manipulating the sperm. I'm going to get into this a little bit later. But it all boils down to they found out that Shelby's sperm was used, Narvel had a fit, and by the time it came to Remy, they couldn't use, well, you can't use Brandon's sperm because maybe they did. No, they didn't. Because the kid had blue eyes. So they didn't use Brandon's sperm. They didn't use Shelby's because Narvel put his foot down. So who is Remy's biological father? I don't know, but somebody picked a blue-eyed person because that's where the blue eyes come from. And I don't know, they can manipulate the sperm these days to do various things, and they get really good at this. So my theory is, right around that time, 2015, all this shit hits the fan. They extort the divorce. Reba knows something. Maybe she knows the connection to the airplane crash. Something shit is going on, because when that divorce settlement comes out, and she didn't have an attorney, and what happened was Starstruck Entertainment and Narvel got 50 fucking million in the divorce settlement. 50 million, half of all of Reba's whatever. I mean, so Starstruck went to Narvel, and that divorce settlement, there's no fucking way. They had something on Reba. And it could be this. It could be, Reba, we are going to tell the world that that's your biological grandchild. And Reba thought, let's protect the kids. I wish Reba had gone to you, baby girl, and said, look, I'd rather give you 50 million and tell them screw you and let them get all of that information out now. I wish she did that. But I think Reba was really stellar in this. I think they're pressuring her. The poor lady is redheaded, so she doesn't have a fucking chance against the buttfuckers. And her kid. And right now, what's going on is this. So, I don't know who Remy's biological father is. I don't think it's either Shelby or Brandon with those blue eyes. Blue-eyed blonde. They thought he might be redheaded. And that was a big deal. They're trying to make a redheaded, blue-eyed kid. And after that happened, they said, okay, Kelly? Somebody told them that was some, like, overseas or something. By the way, when you have eggs and sperms and all this, all you celebrities, oh yeah, that's all run by gay people. They're selling your eggs all over the place, and we're going to get into this later. And they're selling your sperm to billionaires in China, and they're making little babies and killing them, and they're using them for clones, and they're doing all sorts of shit with your sperms and eggs. They're not secure at all. Trust me on that. Okay, so it's too bad. In the future it'll be different, but for now, wait till you see what I'm going to be doing next, okay? So, what happened with Kelly was and Brandon knows all that. He's so lazy, and he's such a fucking scammer, and I think he had NFL gambling problems, money-wise. Like, what the fuck? So, Kelly has these two kids, and she's telling the whole world it's Brandon's kids. Everybody at Starstruck and everywhere assume or think, I don't know, it's Shelby's kids. And so now we've got this. We've got Kelly and Shelby, egg and sperm, having a redheaded but not blue-eyed girl, a blue-eyed but not redheaded boy, and now we just need to get that egg and that sperm together to form a redheaded, blue-eyed boy who is a biological grandson of Reba, and it will be 200 million. People will be paying 200 million and up to have first access of abuse on that little infant when he's born. It's going to be high, and these people are rich as fuck because a lot of them are. Okay, let's just. All right. So what did Brandon do? What happened to Kelly? This is throwing spaghetti against the wall, baby girl. Let me know if anything rings a bell. In 2019, after you had your kids, I think it was March or April of 2019, you did the Billboard Awards, and during that week you were having vocal problems or whatever it was. They were giving shots to you to get, you say that all the time. They give you shots for hormones, they give you shots for everything to get your vocal cords in before the big Billboard Awards. So all week you're getting shots in the butt. Let me know if you aren't. But you were. And you were under the impression they were shots, healthy shots to keep your voice going so that you were prime. No, they were giving you hormone shots to help you overproduce eggs. Okay, and what they told you was you were having an appendicitis attack. And what was happening is, it's the same feeling as you're ovulating super hard when that happens. Whenever you're trying to produce eggs for IVF and all that stuff, they'll give you the hormone shots for a week, and then it could be painful like an appendicitis. You were told it was an appendicitis, and the reason why I'm very suspicious of this was an appendicitis, you need to take care of that shit right there in Las Vegas. But they make you do the Billboard Awards, and then they fly you to Los Angeles to have an appendicitis, your appendix taken out at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center. Now, I've got Cedars-Sinai, fucking gay Nazi infantophile central, and I'll show you later what that was. But that was not an appendix being taken out. That was egg harvesting. They harvested your eggs over there at Cedars-Sinai Jewish Hospital in Los Angeles. And so now they've got your eggs in 2019, and they've got Shelby's sperm, and now they're selling this shit for like somebody got $1 billion trying to do this baby of Reba's and all this shit. And you're not gonna, it's not your kid, and you're not gonna see him, and maybe they're killed, and there's other shit going on, but there's big money for this. And one of the reasons they possibly killed Brandon, who could have known about all this, and he could have like said, okay, let's shoot her up, we're gonna bring her there, and he's gonna get some money, he's gonna get some egg money, whatever that is. You know, maybe he's brokering all this shit and all this fucking stupid contracts. So he probably knows about this. But what he did was he made the mistake of telling very rich people that Remy was the biological son of Shelby when he isn't. So people were paying prime money for the potential of having a little redheaded kid when that kid's father is somebody else. You cannot get blue eyes. You can't get blue eyes from the Blackstock family at all, I don't think. Okay, even after all the cloning you could do, all the shit, it's very difficult, okay? And by the way, biologically, I mean, come on, baby girl, seriously. Biologically, you really think biologically you and Brandon had one redheaded kid and one blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid and all random? There is no fucking way. I mean, the chances of that happening are probably 1 in whatever, 10,000. I don't know what it is. It's just no. I mean, it could happen if it's this and that. I don't even think he has a recessive blue-eyed gene in him. I don't think the whole Blackstock clan does. Okay? So the blue eyes especially, but then the blonde too, and then the redhead, and they're 2 in a row like that. That shit was... So, I mean, just on that level, I'm pretty sure there was some IVF stuff going on. Only you know. But I think what's going on is this is the secret that people like... Okay, so Brian Friedman knows all this shit. Ed McPherson knows this shit. So they're like, hey, there's just a constant threat to expose this truth. Or you're gonna put her to jail. You're gonna come and if you didn't call into the court to do this, or if you did call into the court, you're under the pressure to like say all this shit against me, or otherwise Ed McPherson and all these guys will, expose to TMZ this whole thing, embarrass your kids, take your kids away. I mean, they're saving that for when they kill you. So when I say I'm showing you the trust fund, this is what's going on here. So this is the Alexander Trust was named by Narvel and those guys at Starstruck Entertainment because they said Alexander was screwed. He's screwed out of Reba's inheritance, and fuck you guys, we're gonna leave him all the money. Like, why is it called the Alexander Trust and not the River Rose Trust or River Rose and Alexander? I mean, this has to do with everything I'm saying right now. We need to ask Starstruck Entertainment because it's not Narvel, stupid idiot. He's been told a lot of lies and shit. It's all the buttfuckers going after Reba's money, even though they got half of it in the divorce. They're still going after the other 150 million and going after your money, 50 million, whatever it is. It all adds up. But it's all about this, and I think they're going to. When I say they're going to do an Elvis on you. So this is what I'm most afraid of, and this is why I keep saying Remy, Remy, Remy. Because once people find out that he is not the biological kid, after paying millions of dollars for that sperm and that egg, they fucking killed Brandon. Like, fuck you. Like, he got a lot of money, he probably gambled it all away. There's a lot of shit going on behind the scenes that you may not be aware of, but this is what's going on with your eggs and sperms that are out there. Now, Remy was protected at first because they thought he was the biological son. But now that he isn't, he's not protected. And I think they could try to kill him for 2 different reasons. There's one reason is if he is or isn't. Like, if he isn't, then he's not a part of the Reba thing. But if he is, I mean, it's very complicated. But it all has to do with murdering you and then having the Reba's trust go 100% to river, because it'll be revealed afterwards, all this shit, and she will be smeared, and you will be smeared, and the family court will come in and say, these guys are shitholes, we're going to take all that money and give it to the kids because they don't care about the kids, and then they steal it all. The Alexander Fund has probably already been emptied out completely. That's not going to Remy. Okay, that's just bullshit. The Alexander Fund, he's not going to see a penny of it, just like all the other funds for these kids. Okay, so it's all bullshit. But the other thing is, right now, what's going on and why everybody's after giving Reba stuff is now Shelby got married and he's trying to have kids, and absolutely they're not gonna. They've given Marissa. They give Marissa shit to make her infertile for sure. They do this to all people that they're interested. They did this to all the redheads. They did this to Nicole Kidman. They're going to do this to possibly Sadie Sink. They're going to do it to a lot of celebs just to get their eggs out. And a lot of, all of them, they make them all infertile so that they have to do IVF. And once you do IVF and you get your eggs out there, millions upon millions of money for these eggs and sperms and whatever they produce. And we're going to connect it all to Epstein Island later, tomorrow. This whole shit, I promise. This is, okay. But for now, we are focusing on shit that happened. And I need you to know that what was the one thing that's going to come of this? Is right now, like you say, well, what's going on here? Well, here's an interesting thing while we're here talking about this. Like, what the hell is going on with Kelly and this what's her name already, the one winner that you had on NBC The Voice? Oh my god, now I don't know her name. Well, we're going to find out. Okay. Oh, that was just earlier today. Another redhead, by the way. Okay. First. So we have Bryn Cartelli. What's going on with her? Like, she came on and she was okay, but they denied her for a reason at first. The first denial was a reason. It's not because she was too young. She sings well, but she's very low energy in a lot of ways. And it's not. And the whole reason they got her on in the first place was because she had these big blue eyes. She was redheaded. They have pictures of her being redheaded as a kid. And she has these big blue eyes. Her father is a blue-eyed redhead, and her mother is like a dark-eyed, almost Hispanic or something. And yet she came out blue-eyed. And the whole reason they have her on The Voice, because this is like infantophile central. They're really into controlling the kids and the sperm and making blue-eyed, redheaded babies. And they just needed her after she was rejected because nobody was interested. They brought her back just for you. And they brought her back just for you because they wanted you to get close to the mother and find out if she gave her eggs or what. And they wanted her eggs. They wanted her eggs. I don't know. I don't think she's the biological mother of Bryn Cartelli is what I'm saying. But they still wanted you to be close to the mother. And they made her win and they did all this shit. And you're saying, what? Why are they doing all this for this? It's so much money in the infantophile stuff with these gay men, these gay things. Non-gay people aren't that interested in this to this level, paying millions of dollars to have a blue-eyed, redheaded male boy. Okay, this is huge money for these people, and like, Elon Musk with his billions, he has his little redheaded, blue-eyed kids. He finally got X or something, and little redheaded. I mean, he's so into this shit. They all are, and I'll explain it later. But it's like, I could explain so much when I go by this. Okay, so Bryn Cartelli has a redheaded, blue-eyed father, and that's why she's on the show, and that's why they hooked her up with you, so that you like the mother especially. She's at your house, you guys are talking to each other, and you're probably swapping stories on having your eggs harvested. They really wanted her eggs harvested. They wanted you to talk her into it, until they're stupid enough to find out, just do a DNA test. That's not the biological mother of Bryn Cartelli. They're trying to find out how to combine a blue-eyed, redheaded male sperm with a dark-eyed, and this is the whole thing behind that. We're gonna get it now. Okay, so that's all Bryn Cartelli. It's all about that. You got millions of dollars for that, and then she's not gonna go anywhere. She's not. She sings well, but she doesn't have high energy. And Buttfuck put out this really half-assed attempt because he already got the money for what they needed. They got the information they needed, and then it's it. But now you're really good friends with the mother, and that's why they pushed you on her. So it's all about collecting your eggs. Maybe you're not aware of that. It's all about the eggs and the sperms and all this shit. Okay, so what was my point? My point is that they're doing this to Shelby and Marissa right now. Those kids they're not going to be able to conceive. She's on her. They're already doing IVF and shit. Those eggs were already all collected and everything, and they're not going to give them a baby at all, because that would be too many heirs to the Reba. They already have their heir, River Rose. After they kill you guys, it's going to be revealed that she is the sole heir of Reba's fortune, sole biological heir. Now you have all this, you have other legal grandchilds, and that's just so more mess. So more lawyers are paid to fight over that money, so that by the time we're done, River gets nothing, or very little relative to what she should get. And this is all the probate shit I'm fighting. This is the family court shit I'm fighting. So it's really critical when I'm doing all this stuff. As I said, it's the tip of a bigger iceberg, and why it's really hard to get anything done in the court system, because there's a lot of money going against me on this. So if you're interested, this is the backstory I have. And if they do conceive, it's going to be, first of all, and it's the important thing. This is the important thing, because they would do it if Marissa she has dark eyes too. They're trying to make, they have her eggs, they have his sperm, and they're trying to make a red-headed, blue-eyed, biological son of Reba McEntire, biological grandchild. Now, for themselves, not that they would give him to Shelby or not. They're keeping the kid, and they do all sorts of shit with them, and then kill him and this kind of shit. And it's really bad news, you guys. But this is why I'm saying they're probably not going to be able to conceive, because the eggs are just worth too much to give them an actual child. That egg could be, and they probably might not try, or it's a lot of work to get those eggs out. But whatever, there's some shit going down. That's what's going on with Marissa. She was made infertile, and so was Shelby. I don't know what's going on. I'm just saying those guys have no choice in their future. It's being decided by money. It's being decided by fighting swamps. It's being decided by gay Nazi assholes. Okay, and this is what's going behind what causes plane crashes, what could cause future plane crashes, what caused the helicopter to crash in the Guthrie case in Arizona. The helicopter. It's just all related. So this is when I had that fit. When I saw that guy had a plane crash in Nashville, that was those guys. This is the same people who did the plane crash against Reba, and then Reba's posting this thing showing Shelby flying a little plane, and that's when I had my fit. I said, oh my God, they're threatening her with his life, they're threatening for a plane crash. Somebody knows information on the plane crash, somebody has information on whose kids are what, the biological what. Reba knows all this. Now, when she got all this stuff, you're on The Voice, you're doing this, you're doing that, all of a sudden she's being given everything, is because in case Shelby and Marissa have a baby, all these people want access to that baby as a young kid. Bring him on the set, do whatever it is, because it takes 5 seconds to abuse them and sexually molest them without anybody realizing it, and we're going to get into that later. So that's it. Okay, that's enough on this. So fast forward, we're now back to the... I've talked way too much, but that's that. So, I think I've covered everything over here. Intent. That's the Alexander Trust. That's all about Remy. And it's all about shit going on that he's not the biological, he's not anything. I don't know who his father is. And maybe, Kelly, you don't. I don't know. And also, if you do know all this stuff and you do know all the intimate details, if you're doing shit right now to try to keep it silent, I'm throwing it all up against the wall. So hopefully they won't have this against you. I know it's not what you want, but I don't care. It's for your security, and it's for the security of the kids, I believe. And I could be 100% wrong. Keep in mind what my motives are. If I am If I'm wrong, everybody hates my guts beyond belief. If I'm right, they hate my guts even worse. So you tell me what my motives are for all this shit. I mean, what is it? I mean, I'm. It's seriously boo security. I hope people believe me on this. It's my own security too because it's related. I don't want to die either. Okay, but it's also getting us to world peace, which is really like, even if after my next video is going to come. If I die after that, I'm happy. I've got immortality because it's just fantastic stuff. I finally figured it all out. So anyway, let's go. All right. So fast forward to July 7th, 2025. I have my account called H. Nicole Young. H. Nicole Young 222 is suspended. I've already had 111 suspended the year before. I've had 3 and 11, whatever. I had a lot of suspensions from Twitter. But this is the last one. I haven't had one since. H. Nicole Young 222 is suspended. How did I get it suspended? This was the post that did it. Update on the failed mass shooting attempt at the Kelly Clarkson concert. Blast from the past. Okay, so I was trying to prevent a mass shooting attempt at the Kelly Clarkson concert in Las Vegas. Las Vegas is the tobacco swamp capital of the world. I'm getting a lot of bad vibes about it. I'm glad she canceled. I think she canceled because there was security and it didn't have anything to do with her voice. That was a huge cancellation. And I'm glad because I think there must have been major security shit going on based on the shit I was doing. But anyway, so this is the one person that got me canceled. Is this post right here. I'm talking about, okay, update on the failed mass shooting attempt at the Kelly Clarkson concert in Vegas at the Coliseum at Caesar's Palace last Friday. Blast from the past on my gay Nazi tobacco swamp watch list since 2009 is Mikey Russo. It's the Mikey Russo. I got that wrong. The Mikey Russo is part of the gay Nazi swamp buttfucker chain that eventually leads up to Adam Schiff. This is what I'm telling you. I'm after Adam Schiff and then eventually Altria. And then you can get other senators related to Pfizer, and you can get other senators related to like some companies or the war in Iraq the war in Ukraine and then the war in Gaza. You can get senators where their money is coming from, but it's all back to what I said yesterday about the Congress and the 16th Amendment, all this shit. So this is tobacco swamp shit leading eventually to Adam Schiff, and I write to Variety, Rolling Stone, and TMZ on this. And I think I posted this first and then that one. Anyway, I'm replying to the Mikey Russo, Kelly Clarkson, and Altria records. So whose smelly butthole at Atlantic Records did you stick your dick up to get this level of access to Kelly Clarkson? So it's all about access to her, and especially her infant kids and all the celebrity infant kids. It's very important. This is the reason Kelly left Atlantic Records, by the way, and why she may not even start season 7 of the Kelly Clarkson Show. Too much of this type of gay Nazi buttfuckery going on, where people, gay Nazis, are selling her access to these people. And it's all about getting information and having a constant, just controlling everything. So you know where they all at all times, you know how they could be killed at all times, access to their kids, access to their finances, whatever. It's just they're just control freaks. And they've been doing it for 11,000 years. This is what got my account canceled. And here it was, but when it got canceled on July 7th, I went immediately to YouTube. My account was reinstated in May, but I didn't go and use it. And I posted 2 posts. I posted The Greatest Fan of My Life. It was a video I had made a couple of months earlier, or at least a month earlier. And then I also posted a video called Update on the Failed Mass Shooting. It was a whole video about what's going on in Vegas that was bothering me. So in my Greatest Fan of My Life, the first video I posted, I have a little segment in which I record Kelly singing A, B, C, D, E, F, U by Gail at her back theater, Planet Hollywood, in July 29th, 2023. She's singing this to Brandon, and she's saying, fuck you and your dad, Narvel, right? And the credit goes to the Gail spot. during this part in the video, you can see me. I say I played the entire video because it's a big fave. I was still in jail at the time. I was in jail from January 25th, 2023 to August 8th, 2023, and appreciate the solidarity against one of the lying, low-life pieces of shit responsible for putting me there in the first place. So this is me at Walmart, and they eventually fired me over this shit too as well, tobacco swamp shit, whatever. But the reason I'm playing this right now is I'm trying to undo this in a way. This was public. This was before Brandon was killed, and it's almost like I gave the perfect in for them to kill Brandon over this lawsuit I filed, because I'm blaming Brandon here for putting me in jail when it wasn't 100% him. He was definitely my main witness. He was complicit. I'm positive of that. But it was mostly people at Starstruck Entertainment and the ones who killed him because they thought it was a great idea. Look at me. I'm blaming Brandon for this. If we kill him, then all this lawsuit stuff goes away. That's why I'm playing this, you guys, because it wasn't a mistake that I did this, but at the same time, you can see a pattern where I'm giving them an in to killing Brandon because I'm blaming him for putting me in jail when it wasn't 100% him. All right? The second video, this is the comment on it, okay? My H. Nicole Young 222 account was suspended at X earlier today, just 15 minutes after exposing a security link for Kelly Clarkson, a gay man who runs the fan account on X called the Mikey Russo, aka Mikey Pimps, in the past. I had run-ins with him in 2009 when his name was Mikey Pimps. And the Mikey Russo, and who may be involved in a possible failed mass shooting attempt at the recently postponed Kelly Clarkson concert in Las Vegas last Friday at the Coliseum at Caesar's Palace, in collaboration with Tobacco Swamp Foot Soldiers BMD 7722, that's Brett, and JD Palmatier. They have been talking back and forth online, like it's a little clique with Mikey Pimps for the Mikey Russo and Mikey Pimps for over a decade. They go way back. All three of these, I think. At least JD Palmatier, I remember, and maybe Brad as under a different name. I present the X post that caused the suspension for my crowdsourcing rule peeps, and do not poo-poo this. So this was posted, and I showed him, and what I did was I was saying Tobacco Swamp is trying to murder somebody, and these guys came along and they here's my appeal at the time as well. When was this? I don't know if I have a date on here. July 7th as well. It's this suspension is an inconsistent application of the X rules. What I posted today is no different from what I've been posting for over a year. I expose and thwart potential mass shootings and potential mass shooters, and the methods and language I use are to provoke the mass shooters and force them to make mistakes, which is exactly what happened to cause Kelly Clarkson to very wisely postpone her opening show in Las Vegas last Friday due to a mass shooting threat. To delete this critical information I provided about the likely mass shooters is extremely irresponsible and may even make X complicit if a shooting happens going forward once my warnings to the public are not available. The responsible thing is to tell me which post is violating which rule so I can delete it. Like, they didn't even, like, usually they'll say this post is violating a rule and then they'll suspend you for a day or a week, and that's only if you take it down, and then you're back on. They didn't give me a warning. They didn't do shit. No suspension. They just completely deleted the whole thing. Okay, so this is top level shit. It's the same kind of shit that happened back when. I think it's the same person who's been taking down my accounts at Starstruck, and I believe they are behind these guys. This is Altria driven shit done against me, and it's in the lawsuit, and I hope we'll get to the bottom of it. So this is the post. I posted it on that shit, and it was a long ass thing. You have to look at the video. It was a big old thing, but it was Mikey Russo posting on June 23rd ahead of no, it wasn't ahead of anything. This was June 23rd. He says, just me and Kelly Clarkson singing our favorite song off of her new album Chemistry, out today. Thank you very much, Atlantic Records. So they do this a lot. All these fan posts, they gain access and then they put it online and then it gives them power and more access, on and on. And it's just, he's gay and they do this shit all the time. I think he claims to be a lawyer when he isn't. He's from New Jersey. I just don't trust him. But this is the account where I said, how'd you get access? So it's all about access, and that's why I said Atlantic Records. And then I posted this. This is in the video as well. While I was talking about Marlboro and the tobacco swamp, these guys started teasing me about it. JD Palmentier. Oh, I think I'm going to wear my Marlboro down here. I should wear my Marlboro shirt to a show. And I was saying, you fucking stupid idiot. You're going to be the first person shot, and they're going to say you're the shooter. You fucking... Everybody I mention here could either be on the side of the bad people or the good people, or either one, but they could also be killed as victims, just like Brandon. You guys are all witnesses eventually. You don't even know what you're doing, maybe, or you do. I think Brett might. He's gay, so he might be an infantophile. But then they started posting, oh, look at me and all my cigarettes. Oh, it's hilarious what all this work I've been doing on mass shootings. Fuck you guys. So they're involved, and this is why I singled them out, and there's my broken heart thing. Okay, so all these people are mentioned, and I'm mentioning them for a reason, and I think it's going to make sense in a minute. Okay, so this is shit going on. I hope I can get to the bottom of it when I sue Twitter, who canceled my account, because they are probably somebody at Starstruck Entertainment that I'm getting, that I'm exposing here. Okay, so where do we go from here? Oh, I'm just showing you. This is Brett. I monitor him sometimes. This is the BMD 7722. I think I've reported him to the FBI. I don't know if I did or not. But lately he's changed tune, and now he is supporting, like he's promoting Stranger Things series, which recently I thought was going to the defense contractor swamp stuff. So it could be that he went from tobacco swamp and is now getting money from the defense contractor swamp. Okay, that's him. And this is JD Palmentier. It's the redheaded thing. Recently she's dropped out of Kelly so much, and she's doing more Jessica Chastain because she's a redhead, and I'm sure they're after her eggs or doing shit like that. And they pay these people to get information on them and be super fans so that they have access, so that at any point they could like kill her and say it was her or something. I don't know. It's just, this is the way it works, you guys. All the celeb shit. I just don't trust her because of this. But she moved from one redheaded potential Reba grandchild to, they moved her to here. And they let him go all over the country, and they give him this, and they give him access in exchange for for returning information on whatever, in exchange for being a stooge maybe, or whatever. I don't know what the plans are, but it's obvious that she's a part of the redheaded infantophile group of people. Then, so now I want to go through and it's access. So that was then, but before we do this, I want to go through. Okay, so that's access, but let me just, I think it's this one. So I think on this little string I have a lot of interesting Brandon. Yeah, I have some Brandon stuff. So what's interesting, in addition to here, like I'm the sixth person this person at Starstruck running the account tweets to, but also later in his account he has interesting tweets that I took pictures of here. So thrilled to have my new Cirrus SR22T. He bought it. I can't thank Cirrus enough for the experience. So this is in 2018. Brandon is buying apparently a $1.5 million plane. I don't know where he's getting the money for that, but it's airplane related, and I think it's not him doing that. I think it's, it's related to the people who are crashing the plane, obviously. Okay, and that's why this tweet, I got that interested, because it mentions a plane, it mentions 5 million. So thrilled. And then the Selena S Express is a fan. I don't know if I trust them or not. It could be a gay guy who's also part of the tobacco swamp, but congrats on getting the new plane. That's a fly ride in more ways than one. They possibly work for the swamp and could be a suspect as well. And then I love this one. Did Kelly pay for that? She should get it in the divorce settlement since you got the Montana Ranch. I mean, that's what I'm wondering too, baby girl. What happened to that airplane? I think he gambled it away. I mean, did you buy that? Where did you get the money for that? And what happened to the plane in the divorce? Did he already lose the plane or sell the plane? It just got to be too expensive? It was just one way to drain more money from you in the past. Like they said, that's plane maintenance. You need the plane to fly here. You need the plane to fly there. And then he's charging you, he's saying it's 10 million when it's 5 million, whatever, and pocketing it and gambling it away. It's probably what's going on for years with this asshole. Another tweet was Brandon Blackstock, or the person running his account as Starstruck, retweeted Kelly Clarkson's post that says, "Y'all, today is a special day. Happy birthday, Kelly," from the Kelly Clarkson account. And it says it's from Team KC. I don't know how often this happened, but it's obvious, obviously somebody who isn't Kelly has access to the Kelly Clarkson account and is tweeting on her behalf and is now retweeting, and it's probably the same person who's running the blend. He's retweeting his own tweets. Okay, same person running Kelly Clarkson as Brandon. And that's just a little bit of evidence of that. Brandon Blackstock is now thanking Mikey Pimps, aka the Mikey Russo that I talked about earlier back in 2017. He doesn't, if you look through the Brandon Blackstock account, he has 427 tweets. He doesn't tweet fans very often. He tweeted me, fans or the little people, but it's not happened. And one of them happens to be this tobacco swamp piece of shit from way back when. That is not Brandon doing that. That is, okay, this guy, we can't view it. And by the way, since then, there's no such thing as Mikey Pimps, and there's no such account as BMD7722. That stuff's gone. Okay, and it's only very recently. He's changed to something else. Oh, and somebody's pointing out that this person misspelled your. He put your like that. It's just a typical mistake. But maybe, baby girl, you would know. It was Brandon the type who would say your, who would spell your. Why, this is a big deal amongst especially liberal people. But is Y-O-U-R, is that the way he like that kind of uneducated? It's not 100%. I hate being a grammar snob, but come on, people. This one is really low-level education, but not really. You don't want to judge that way. Maybe it was a mistake, but somebody corrected him, and it could have been just because it's telling me that the person who runs Brandon's account isn't very bright. Okay? That's probably him right there. Unless, you're welcome, Mikey Pimps. So that's connected. And then, of course, Shane Tarleton is like half of the... I just wanted to put this here because he has a lot of tweets. All right, so when we come over here, let's do this one more time. The complaint is access from way back and still access. This was just a couple days ago. Okay, this girl, JD Palmetier, they always have access. Very, very dangerous. Okay, if they have access to her at the Houston Rodeo and Livestock Show, it's just a security threat as far as I'm concerned. Okay? And whoever's giving her the access is a security breach and a security threat. I mean, sorry, it could be Trisha, but maybe it's not. And I trust her, but not to where it's like I would fucking stop giving these people. I didn't know she was so short, by the way. But anyway, but there's another interesting tweet here, and that's Brandon reposted Jamie Palmetier in 2016 as saying, "Hey, Brandon Blackstock told me to quit my job to go see Kelly Clarkson in Nashville at her Christmas show. Take that, government, ha ha ha." So this isn't Brandon doing that. This is weird shit going on where these guys are traveling all over the country to attend these concerts. And if they're attending in Houston, this is trouble, people. This is a problem. Okay, if there is a shooting and it's going to happen because these people have access. I think, and then Brandon Blackstock reposted a tweet that said, "My husband just said life's a bitch, then you marry one. Oh, ha, ha. He keeps deleting my tweet. I'm putting a pillow over his face tonight. Like, it's just gay shit. This is a gay person. Brandon did not search the internet and find this and then retweet it. The gay fucking buttfucker who's killing people or complicit in it and knows shit and is a very big security breach and is trying to go after Reba's money and trust funds and all this shit, working with these high-powered attorneys, whatever it is, this is him right here. Okay? So, there's that. So, let's do these are interesting tweets, all by the people that I mentioned today. I'm just showing you, once again, this is BMD7722. I have, there's tons of interactions he has with the Mikey Pimps, this guy. They get along. I think the Mikey Pimps, the Mikey Russo account is this guy's boss. He pays them or whatever it is to go all over the country and gain access. So after last summer, the very first show that Kelly has after last summer, and after Brandon is killed, this guy has access. This is BMD7722 with all the cigarettes hanging out of his mouth. I accidentally ran into Kelly, and I accidentally got tickets to the first show, and I accidentally ran into the band. And no, you're not. This is somebody at the Kelly Clarkson Show, and I think it's like Andy Shaw, probably, the redheaded gay infantophile there, is granting access. You need to find out who these people are because it's a security breach. Oh, okay, absolutely dying. I got a hug from Kelly today. So this is just last September. Now, his account has since been finally taken down. Not taken down, but he's changed. That's it. No. The Mikey Russo was. He's still up. Oh, he is, because this is what I just found out. Look, so he's Tobacco Swamp. When I'm doing WNBA stuff, when you look in the comments, whenever they do this, it's like a Tobacco Swamp requirement. They have to put this guy and put a comment and think it's cute. Like they have a quota, and this guy's doing it. Brett, Pam Bondi, and it's always anti-Trump shit. Fucking butt fuckers. So, so that's him. But this is my favorite. Look what he's reposting. He's reposting this now. When was this? Like last week, ahead of the Kelly Clarkson concert. He's reposting just saw a couple of performances at the VMAs last night. 2 words: pitchy strippers. This is the last tweet that the buttfucker running her account tweeted out as his most famous, this is his name to fame or whatever it is. He probably gets a dick up his ass every day because of this. This is how these heroes work. These gay Nazis. Woo, look at my big tweet. I got this big controversy started between Kelly fans and Miley Cyrus fans. And this is where it comes from when I said it's going to be a Miley Cyrus fan who shoots her, and it's going to be over this controversy that Brett has now been told to promote. Now, does that mean Brett says, oh, I'm going to promote this for the shooting this weekend? He doesn't know there's a shooting this weekend. He's just doing what he's told. Okay? He was told and Molly, too, is a closeted gay man. I'm pretty sure. I think that might be the Mikey Russo come back as best KC or something. Whatever. You need to look at both of these accounts. And Janelle Fonet, obviously another gay guy pretending to be a woman online, all this shit. But this was done March 8th, just a week ago, and the reason I'm having, I'm thinking it's more than just spaghetti against the wall is just last month or a couple weeks ago, I just got through saying there's somebody at the Kelly Clarkson Show who's trying to stir up trouble between Kelly and Miley Cyrus. Nothing Breaks Like a Heart by Damiano David when it was Miley Cyrus and what's his name? Charlie Puth? Was it? Not Charlie Puth. Oh my god. The gay guy who's married to Meryl Streep's. I just had a big old thing on this. There's a closeted gay guy married to Meryl Streep's daughter, and I just had to do not poo-poo this over all this shit. Saying, watch out, they're the gay Nazi buttfuckers for some reason from the defense contractor swamp. Didn't I just get through saying that this guy seems to be heading to the defense contractor swamp for money now? All of a sudden, Mr. Defense Contractor Swamp here is meeting up with Mr. Defense Contractor Swamp here and promoting the Miley Cyrus versus Kelly fans. Not because there's real hatred going on or a real fan, but to make the story that so many fans were so outraged by this tweet from way back when. They're trying to make the tweet famous again as well. That they killed Kelly Clarkson. point blank range at her concert in Houston, which is the last place Buttfuck showed up looking very healthy with all the kids and everything. So there's connections there between Buttfuck. And he looked healthy. He did not die of cancer, people. He looked healthy and fine. But that's the last place where you see a lot of pictures of him, was at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. And that's where Reba, they all have connections going way back. But this is the part when I did the FBI report. I said, okay, my best guess is it's shooting, it's a single shooter. It's going to be somebody who shoots Kelly and an innocent Miley Cyrus fan who happens to be there, either meet and greet or something like that, or whatever it is. And then it's a sharpshooter, so they plan it, and maybe this guy's filming it, or he's a witness, and he's going to say, yeah, the Miley Cyrus fan shot her. So they tell TMZ puts a narrative out, and all of a sudden Kelly's dead, and the person blamed for it is a Miley Cyrus fan because of this shit. And then they get off because it's going to be Houston, Texas. Maybe it's very liberal there, but they have the judge all set up to do mentally ill, blah, blah, blah. Whatever the narrative is, they have planned. But that's why I said it was going to be a Miley Cyrus person. Dear FBI, this is where I get it from. It doesn't take much for me to trigger off, but this is everything I'm giving you to the crowdsourcing rules people. It is not a coincidence that after I'm doing all this, that they're promoting the pitchy stripper thing, which was a very famous tweet by the guy that who's doing all this shit to me. Okay, that's where that comes from. All right. So, blah, 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 blah. I said it was going to go for 4 hours, and it's going to go for freaking hours if I have to. Okay, so that's that. What do I have up next? What do I have to talk about next? Oh, so there are some things I do that I don't post. I don't post it because it just feels like, it's not quite, do not poo-poo this. But I was feeling weird about these guys, like BMD, whatever, and everybody back on, this is May 2nd, the slime. And I think my Wordle muses were watching the computer because I was writing some stuff. Anyway, this is me going into work on the slime day, which was March 2nd. And I'm going to play it right now. Hello, happy early morning. Monday, March 2nd, 2026. On my way to work, I'm doing my Wordle. I'm going to have to do a video that's just all Wordle for the last month or so. I have so much stuff on. I was going to put it all in this one video that's going to be 4 hours long. But anyway, this morning's Wordle was slime, and I'm racking my brain going, what? I just got through talking about slime balls, and I couldn't remember when, and I couldn't remember how I did this. But it was an appeal for my Twitter. I remember now, yesterday, I did an appeal for my Twitter account to come back. Not that I care anymore. It's all really weird at Twitter right now. But it would be nice to get back all my old writings and stuff. At least from that one account. So what I'm going to do here this morning is post this with the Wordle that I just did. And a copy of the appeal I put in where I mentioned a bunch of slime balls. Because it is Boo Security, so we're going to do that. So, bye. Here I am at my work. I'll talk to you later. Bye, my Wordle muses. Alright, so, let's get rid of that. So, what happened was I did an appeal, and instead of calling these guys buttfuckers, I called them slime balls or something like that. And then the next day, I did that on March 1st. And then the next day, the Wordle was slime, and I thought my Wordle muses were like, what's going on with the slime? So this is the appeal. So I'm just letting the FBI, I'm letting people know there's shit well before this where I'm like suspecting this BMD guy and shit like that. There's a lot of stuff brewing ahead of time. And I forget why I had to appeal. Oh, here, okay, so here's the appeal. I don't think this was the exact version, but I appealed all of them. I appealed the X Nicole Young 111, X Nicole Young 11 and 3, and I just used the same appeal on all of them. I don't care. But I need access. Here's the appeal, one of them. I need access to my account, H Nicole Young 222, to cancel the subscription and stop X from auto-deducting the monthly charge to my card, which I have been trying to do for over 6 months without success. It is only $3 a month, but enough already with suspended accounts are barred from accessing the account page that is needed to end their subscription. Catch-22 BS that I am caught up in. I mean, it's just the dumbest thing. They suspend my account. I said, fine, I'm done with Twitter. I want to cancel the subscription that allowed me to do long videos and long posts. And it was like $3. It's not much, but it was, I want to stop it. And I can't. You go to Twitter and it says, oh, sorry, you're not allowed to do that because your account's suspended. I can't get to my account profile. And you can't. And then I tried to, anyway, okay. That's something else. This is already going on. Alternatively, X can reinstate my account. I was never given a warning, and it turns out the post that got me suspended was spot on anyway when I accused the gay Nazi tobacco swamp infantophile slime balls, instead of buttfuckers, slime balls, behind my account suspension on July 7th, 2025. In other words, BMD 7722, the Mikey Russo, and the gay Nazi infantophile slimeball at Starstruck Entertainment, who has been running B. Blackstock's and Shell Billy's ex-Twitter accounts since they were opened over a decade ago. So I'm doing this shit, and I didn't post any of this until now, okay? This is like, sometimes I start to write shit, and I say I'm going to post it, and then I say, and now it's kind of important, maybe I should have posted it. But I think I was quiet for a reason. I never question my feelings. I never question when I fall asleep when I shouldn't. I never question missing deadlines because it all seems to work out, and timing is everything. And the fact that this is going on and I'm only going to post it when it's way in, when you're already at the concert, I think is okay, baby girl, okay? I think you're going to be okay, and I hope you don't fret too much over this. The users behind these accounts, as well as gay Nazi slimeballs who work in the Kelly talent access positions at the Kelly Clarkson Show or NBC The Voice or both. I'm talking about, when I say talent access positions, I'm talking about the people at like Sirius SM Radio who gave access to JD Palmentier and these guys. These aren't just lucky fans. This is Altria backing this shit, and they're paying Sirius Radio, Sirius XM, and the Kelly Clarkson Show people and NBC to grant certain people access so that they're able to kill at any time is what that is, I think. Anyway, they've all since been reported by me to the FBI as being complicit in the murder of Kelly Clarkson's ex-husband, Brandon Blackstock, on August 7th, 2025. 1 month to the day after my account suspension. I don't think that's a coincidence. And 1 day before I filed my civil defamation, conspiracy to commit malicious prosecution, wrongful termination, and violation of RICO complaint on August 8th, 2025. That definitely was not a coincidence that he's murdered the day before I filed this thing. You get Nicole Young versus EHM Productions doing business as TMZ in the U.S. District Court for the Central District of California, case number blah. A lawsuit for which Brandon Blackstock was a primary witness. X Corp is named in this lawsuit under the defamation and violation of RICO causes of action for X's decades-long pattern of fraud and defamation against me, starting in 2014 when the gay Nazi tobacco swamp infantophile slimeball at Starstruck Entertainment, running Brandon Blackstock's and Shell Billy's Twitter X accounts, used Altria-backed money to influence to have my H Nicole Young and then my H _Nicole _Young and then my H Nicole Young Twitter accounts permanently suspended without warning, out of the blue, just for exposing unlawful cigarette advertising behavior on the part of Starstruck Entertainment and a local radio station, KRTY, as outlined in You Get Nicole Young versus Twitter, 2015, Superior Court of California, County of San Francisco. I showed that case. I can't get to it. I think, I don't have the stamped copy of that. And you might be able to get it here if you look it up. But then you click on here and there's some, you have to sign up for something and do something. You have to pay for it. So forget that. Okay. Where was I? Nope, that wasn't it. Okay, so this is still my Twitter appeal. I was doing it for other reasons, but I just decided to appeal anyway. More recently, KRTY as outlined in this lawsuit, and I showed that before. More recently, H. Nicole Young 3, August 15th, 2022, rest in peace. That it was suspended then. H. Nicole Young 11, also August 15th, 2022, rest in peace. H. Nicole Young 111, July 8th, 2024, rest in peace. And H. Nicole Young 222, July 7th, rest in peace, 2025, have all been permanently and fraudulently suspended by the same gay Nazi infantophiles mentioned above, using the same Altria and or Pfizer-backed money and influence, and for all the same reasons, hence the RICO cause of action. YouTube is the only social media site other than X Corp named in the federal lawsuit. YouTube has since reinstated my suspended account in full with a letter of apology stating that mistakes were made and that YouTube was now trying to right those mistakes. Needless to say, my cause of action against YouTube will be settled very quickly and generously in their favor when the time comes. I mean, I don't know when that case is going to get anywhere, if at all. I think Trump's in charge of that thing. The same goes for X Corp. If X Corp will recognize what I am trying to do, parentheses, that is, track down the slime balls responsible for tricking X Corp into targeting and harming me, and then be reasonable in reinstating my H. Nicole Young 222 account in full with the usual warning and a chance to delete the offensive tweet or tweets, etc. Like before. Like do that and I'll delete the tweet. That's fine. Same for H. Nicole Young 11 and H. Nicole Young 111 and H. Nicole Young 3, H. Nicole Young and H. Nicole _ all that stuff. Representing 16 years of journaling my life in tens of thousands of tweets, photos, and videos. Okay? These are my journals, you fucking assholes. Give it back to me. I wanted to show... What was I going to show? Oh, you know what I'm going to show? Intent to name... Oh, this is YouTube. I got it. It's right here. Look at me. Look at me go. Here's the email from YouTube on May 13th, 2025, last year, when they reinstated my account out of nowhere. I filed the appeal in like 2024. I think there's a lot of stuff I was doing online that was finally exposing them, exposing the shit. And they finally... And also they have... Every company is purging the gay Nazi buttfuckers, and I think this is just a part of that. YouTube is trying to purge their gay Nazi buttfuckers behind this. But they're still... Even though they're low-level employees, they're still vicarious liability people. All of YouTube and all of their parent company, Google, are responsible for the smallest little acts. Okay? Hi, H. Nicole Young. We have reviewed your appeal for the following. The channel called H. Nicole Young, née Pelletier. After taking another look, we can confirm that your channel does not violate our community guidelines. Thanks for your patience while we reviewed this appeal. Our goal is to make sure content doesn't violate our community guidelines so that YouTube can be a safe place for all. And sometimes we make mistakes trying to get it right. We're sorry for any frustration or mistake our mistake caused you, and we appreciate you letting us know how this affects your channel. To make this right, we put your channel back on YouTube. If you have any further questions, please feel free to reach out to us here. Thanks to the YouTube team. This is like, you talk to Grok, you talk to any attorney, it's like pure gold. I'm not after their money. Because they did this, and if X does it, they will, I don't care. I want information on who was telling them to cancel my accounts. Who forced them to make these mistakes. That's the information I want. If they don't give that information, I'm going to keep going, and then they will be. I will make them lie. I will go after their money too. You just have to be reasonable. So along the lines, when I talked about, I wanted to show something which was like, oh, here it is. It's right here. If you go to my I have a website called tobaccosongs.wordpress.com. And if you go to this subsection called How Not to Do It, it's from a million years ago when I was doing stuff, and when my first account was suspended. This is how it happened. And and you can go there. It's all there. Just go to this website. But this is the one thing I thought I had it underlined. Did I? I'm glad I have this. I'm just showing you that. Here it is. Oops. The hell. Okay, sorry guys. I had this underlined before. So this is Nate Deaton. Oh well, it's big and fat. Okay, sorry. This guy is like the director or the big boss over there at KRTY in San Jose, California. I'm emailing back and forth, and it's not a lot of emails, just a couple, and I'm just trying to get them to stop doing cigarette ads on their station. I'm telling them they're not like KNCI, which I love, from Sacramento, which doesn't do the tobacco ads. They're playing a lot of Blake Shelton, Marlboro ads, and I think it's Starstruck Entertainment paying them to do this. I think it's illegal, and they're having fits at me. And during this time, I did another innocent post out of nowhere, and my entire account is suspended. I said something like, "Hey, you guys at KRTY, my truck is driving right by. I'm going down to San Jose today." And I was just joking. I forget what I said, but I think they took it as a threat and did all this shit and got my account suspended. But it was like, maybe I should come visit you guys and give you a talking to, in the like. And they took that as she's gonna just, of course, the fucking butt-fucking asshole. They'll always really, like, I was on joking terms with them, but they're taking everything I'm doing and blowing it up to dramatize like I'm the big, of course I am, because I'm threatening their livelihood, and they eventually went out of business anyway. But they were nice people. I even went to some country music concerts that they sponsored, and I'm being nice, and all of a sudden, this is what he writes to me: "Miss Young, both Julie and I have numerous occasions ask you to stop your harassing and insensitive emails." Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I had like 2 of them, and they're posted here. "I'm afraid it may become necessary to do a cease and desist order against your barrage of comments on this subject." Like, what? I said, every time you're going to play a cigarette ad, I'm going to tell everybody that you do it. What's that? It's public information. They are both disruptive. In other words, you play a cigarette ad, I'm going to post online that it's a cigarette ad. And I'm going to say that you're probably getting money from Starstruck Entertainment to do that. And then he says, "You have been blocked by Twitter as an abuser of the product." Okay, so, dear FBI people, and later on, if he's going to be a witness, if he's still alive by then, we're going to have to ask Nate Deaton where he gets that sentence from. "You have been blocked by Twitter as being an abuser of the product." On what? Like, where did that happen? Yeah, H. Nicole Young was canceled, and when you go there, it says your account is suspended. Okay, but according to Twitter in the lawsuit, they said that could mean anything. It doesn't. It could mean it was, it was hacked. It could mean this. It could mean that. And yet, this guy says I've been blocked as being an abuser of the product. So those two don't mesh. Which is it? Twitter that's the only. He doesn't. I didn't even tell him that it was blocked. He got this information from somewhere. I think he got it from Starstruck Entertainment, who's dealing with him and giving him money to play cigarette ads by Blake Shelton, okay, and by other artists. So that's my theory. I'm sticking with it, but this guy needs to be asked where he got this. It's a very telling comment by him. Okay, they're like, that practice is called censorship. Like, he's saying that stop playing cigarette ads is called censorship. Like, just, they were nice people, and I like Julie too. I mean, I like these personalities and everything, but this is like a gay person writing this. I don't think that's Nate Deaton playing. By the way, at the same time, these guys are nice, and I think even their email and their things are being run by gay men. Okay, so don't think that this is Nate Deaton. So what you need to do is put Nate Deaton on the stand and go, "Where did you get this information?" He goes, "I never wrote that. I didn't write that. It was some gay guy, some guy who wrote it." And then you go ask him, blah, blah, blah. And then we're going to find out it's a gay guy, and he's not going to admit it, but he's talking with Starstruck Entertainment, who got my account suspended. Okay? These guys are talking to each other. And he's still there, or he's still a threat, and he's still after all the money, and still doing tobacco swamp shit from Altria, on and on. And he's still a threat. So this is going way back, and I'm going to get rid of that. What are we getting rid of here? I need to close down some stuff because it's so slow, you guys. Okay, so we're going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of this. 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 Okay, so that was, by the way, that Twitter thing was March 2nd. So now fast forward to March 3rd. This is what's going on at work. I'm also monitoring work. I monitor everywhere for cigarette ads. This is where everything I do. And I just mark it down. It's not like that bad here. Okay, so wait a minute. What is this? So every time it plays at work, I'll do now playing cigarette ad Whisper of Smoke Like I'm Gonna Lose You by Meghan Trainor and John Legend. Wow, is that like against, what is that? Is that so bad? I mean, it's not nice, but it's also the truth. I think it's a cigarette ad. He sings Whisper of Smoke. It's the first words he says. Just a whisper of smoke. And like all tobacco ads, the smoke part is all you hear. I could be down on my knees doing stuff and doing whatever, and all I hear is smoke from across the room or across the whole. I mean, I can hear smoke against the guy who cleans in the morning. This is like, what is this? Like 5 in the morning. Watch. Oh, I didn't get smoke. Okay, never mind. And then I shake my head at the end. So this is what I do. So every time that song plays, it used to play. They used to play One Headlight, and they used to play Satisfaction, and then another version of another cigarette ad, and I expose them all, and then they don't play that anymore. So now they're down to this, and they're going to try to claim that's not a cigarette ad. I've said this is a cigarette ad for the last freaking, since it came out over a decade ago. I said it was a cigarette ad, and it's just hidden as one. Just because he says Whisper of Smoke, that's not a cigarette ad. It's like, go suck. I'm not even going to argue. Training season's over on the tobacco ad shit. Training season's over, and training season's going to be over on a lot of this shit this year, because I'm going to be working on other stuff. Catch up, everybody, including you, FBI. Look at all my videos. I'll try to refine them a little better, but just catch up, and if you want to have fun. All right, so that is what happened on May 3rd in the morning, or March 3rd in the morning, and then later in the afternoon, for the first time in the last 3 months since they've been playing this song, within a few hours of period, they never repeat songs. I've never heard a repeat song, but they repeated this. Listen. And I shake my head. See, I'm wearing the same thing too. So but this to me was a big red alert. And it's March 3rd. I'm starting to worry about. I did my slime ball thing. This was after I just did this whole thing on BMD 7722, the mass shooting stuff. I'm really heightened on Tobacco Swamp activity ahead of Kelly Clarkson concert. Okay, I am super sensitive about it, and it's no coincidence that for the first time in the history of this radio, they play, first of all, the same song twice while I'm working there. I only worked there 5 hours. Now I'm working. My schedule has changed, and it's wonderful. But I worked 5-hour days, 5 days a week, whatever. And and this will happen within hours. But watch what happens when I try to click on this. Look at that. It's not telling me what I posted. Like, what the hell is this? Too much. Like, everybody go here and try this out. Try to go to my video here. And you go to my video and try to see when it was posted and what comment I left and what the title is. Try to find what the title to this video is that I posted. You're not going to be able to find it. So whoever did that at YouTube, all right, is complicit in a shooting that's coming up. Okay, and I'll tell you why. Watch what it said. This is what it said. Okay, what did it say? What am I doing here? Oh, well, what did it say? What am I doing? Oh, not that either. Okay, hold on. Hold on, guys, hold on. This is what we're going to do. Sorry about this, but I need to get to this. I'm sorry I didn't have this better prepared. So what are we going to do? What did it say? We're going to go back here. We're going to look at the shorts. Was this May 3rd? So this is my channel content. This is the only place you could see what I said. So you can't see what I said. What did I say? March 3rd? It was a short. It was cigarette ad, whisper of smoke. And then instead of saying whisper of smoke, I said, do not poo-poo this. Look what I wrote here. So the title to the video that I posted was do not poo-poo this. So do not poo-poo this. Security alert. Mass shooting alert. 2 cigarette ads in 4 hours equals tobacco swamp violence coming soon. All right, that's what I wrote, and I can't, and it's been, you can't see it. You can't, I don't know if it doesn't say my video has been deleted. Did you notice? Okay, so whoever's doing this shit, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, maybe, is that illegal? But look, they didn't take down my video. It's there. You saw it. March 3rd is a short. Okay. I played Nice to Meet You in addition after that. But as a cigarette ad. Oh, and that was blocked. Okay, the Nice to Meet You video was blocked, actually. Because of copyright. Oh, hi, nice to meet you, blah, blah. I love that. I shortened it and got it published. But this one was not published. It's not blocked. It's not anything. And it got 38 views. But you can't read what the title is. So what the hell? What was the use of that? So anyway, I hope FBI got... Anyway, I hope... a lot of times what happens to my stuff to silence me, not a lot of times, every single time, somebody tries to do something to silence me, you need to follow that lead. It was just like all my FBI stuff. Remember when I said, okay, they're coming after me, they're going to arrest me and do this and do that. You need to follow what they're doing against me, and that's going to help you out. And nobody follows, and I get all upset at the FBI. I'm sorry I called you guys assholes the other day. So after that, another thing happened was I watched NBC The Voice last Monday, and guess who they have on the show? They have a guy named Houston Kelly. This is not a coincidence. He's not that good, actually. I don't think Kelly should turn for him. So I think she was told to turn for him. Either because they knew that this was going to air just a week before the Houston livestock show. Oh, I forgot. There's a whole thing behind how that came about. I have a whole video up on I was writing all this shit, and then 15 minutes later, they announced this Houston Rodeo thing, like out of the blue. That's what got me started on this thing. Anyway, so just the fact that last week they have a guy named Houston Kelly on the show, and he's on Kelly's team. I think she was told to turn for him. Nobody else turned for him. He's not that good, but it's for the name and because, ahead of time, they know there's going to be a shooting in Houston, and he's going to be on the show again next week, and they want ratings. It's like, oh, look at that. What a sad coincidence that Kelly is killed in Houston, and now there's this guy, Houston Kelly, who's really good. Let's make him the champion, and, whatever. It's just very gay, and it's not a coincidence that a guy named Houston Kelly is showing up on The Voice. Look out for who's doing that, and Kelly, you know who's behind that, or whatever it is. It's not as innocent as you think. It's because they're planning to do something to you at the Houston Rodeo. It's not just a promotion for the Houston Rodeo show or your concert there. And they did this before you even had the concert announced. Maybe you knew back then, or maybe you knew that it would help you to get that concert. I don't understand why you can concert anywhere. Why you're doing that concert, by the way? Like, why? You can be anywhere you want at any time. It's not for the money, and it's just because you're just pressured to do it because they're planning to shoot you there. Okay, so that's Houston Kelly. Where else? What are we going next? Okay, so we're coming down the home stretch. Let's just delete this one. That's that. So I had bad vibes ahead of time going on. There's funny business going on at YouTube. You need to search for that. That's got some suspects. This has got some suspects. Dear FBI, throwing spaghetti against the wall. So here's the next thing. So last week yesterday or the day before, sometime I showed you all these. I said, hey, Grok, and I showed you all the case numbers. Well, right here, I'm going to show it to you a little bit like in one thing. Okay, that's all my case information. I'm relating my cases to everything going on a little bit. I'll relate it a lot more later, but just if you're interested in this stuff. So this is the case name, the case number, and where it is filed. If anybody wants to look up this stuff, these two are for federal court. One of them is the lower case I showed you, and then I'm appealing it for right now it's just in limbo, but that's fine. Because the longer we wait, the more the swamps are being drained, and the better chances these things have of. Right now, it's very swampy, and it's not even a judge who's doing any of this stuff. It's all court clerks running this shit, and they're being guided by. And I'll show you in a minute what I'm thinking on this. This one is me trying to vacate. You notice that this one, it was filed November 3rd. This one was filed November 3rd because they denied my fee waiver request. Despite my fee waiver request, it's very interesting. My fee waiver request because I'm on SNAP benefits because they're garnishing my wages for child support. I mean, it's just crazy what's going on. I'm not making that much, but the reason I'm getting. Let's not do that. I mean, it's just my gay baby daddy is garnishing my wages. I owe like 70, whatever. It's just family court shit. But my wages are being garnished to pay a guy who owns an $8 million home and is a doctor and gets paid all this. They're garnishing my paycheck wages for child support, back child support. So, and because of that, I qualify for SNAP benefits because of my, anyway, if you get SNAP benefits, you automatically get a fee waiver in California courts. They're doing it correctly. And it should be the same at the federal level, and they usually do that. But in my case, they're being told not to give me that, okay? And I'm exposing that right now. That is a lot of fun. I will show you this stuff later. It's fun as frig. You should see this. You should see my last filing here, and the reason they're not answering. And I hope they don't answer for another year, because the longer we wait, the better it's going to be for me, because the swamps are draining and all this stuff. So just don't answer. Don't answer for a while. I don't care. Hold on to that for a while. Chew on what I told. Chew on my last filing, which was very short. But I'm tempted to read it now, but I'm not. Well, why not? Well, because I didn't put it up. Let's just go on. We'll do that later. The next one. Oh, and then when they did that, the next day I decided on November 4th to go do discovery of this case over in the state court. Why not? They're the ones who issued this fraudulent restraining order. I thought I was going to get this going and then use my powers of discovery in this case to go get all this state court information. I don't need to do that. And I'm talking to Grok, and he goes, why do you need to do that? You could do it right here. There's something called the California CPRA, California Protected Records Act, something like that. Anyway, you could just anything the government does, like their cam recordings of my arrest, you can get if it was me. It was me. I want the cam record. I want the body cam, and I want all that information. You can get it. You just request it. So that's what I'm doing, and I didn't know that until Grok told me this. So some kind of a lawyer I am. Grok is fantastic for this stuff. So Grok and I got together and we decided, well, while this is in limbo and might be for a while, let's just go do discovery over it. So let's request that the CHRO, that the restraining order be vacated based on fraud, and then that'll take care of like most of the filings up here for that aspect of it. And that just went disastrous very quickly because it's in the family court, and they're like. And I filed an appeal, and I said, look, here's the eight reasons this should be done on fraud and not a technicality, and they're just being dumb on this. So I have a cat here. Hold on. And that's this. So that's the lower case. That's Kelly's attorney started that one, and there's a lot of shit. And then there's the appeal, and I'm not filing any more over in family court. This, I'm not filing any more on that. I'm not filing any more on this. It's all fraud. So I filed instead something called the CPRA people too. The CAPRA unit denied me. They just said no, and it's like, we don't have any of this information. You don't have any of that information? There were 3 police officers. It was the most written arrest by TMZ for like a month, right? And you don't have information on that arrest? Why were 3 police officers called to that when I never even trespassed or whatever it was? Anyway, so they have it. They're just stonewalling me on that, and that's what I'm doing right now. And I have an appeal on that one, and that's the appeal, and it was denied as well. It said, look, I'm trying to, just like in federal court, I am not paying a single penny. I got a fee waiver granted. I don't have to serve this. It's free by the LA County Sheriff's Department. They're supposed to serve anything in a fee waivered case like mine is for no cost. And yet the cost is they're refusing to serve it. They're making up things. They're saying they can't find this file and blah, blah, blah. You don't have the right address. So I just went up to appeal and I said, okay, either force them to serve LAPD or give me a written reason why not. You call them and it's a different story every time. You can't do anything by phone. It has to be in writing. They haven't given me any reason in writing why they're not serving. And they're just ignoring it and whatever. But it's all written. It's just, that's this appeal. Okay, so this is what the reason I'm doing all this is because I'm about ready to play you a video recording I did of a hearing I had on January 30th, last month, 2026, on this case right here. I saw the judge. You're gonna see what's going on, but when I play it, I don't want to stop it and comment. So before I play it, I want to give background information on it and then play it all the way through and then talk again, okay? I'm not going to stop it. Now, there's a couple things going on here that you need to know. And first of all, is what I just said. There's a lot of corruption going on in the family court. It's a civil harassment restraining order. It doesn't belong there. I have all these arguments. And what I believe and what Grok and I have been talking about is they are so corrupt that they don't like that I went over to civil court to do this stuff. They want it back. They want everything back under the control of the family court so that they can kill the case. All right, I'm trying to prevent that. And when you hear me arguing a little bit, it could drive you a little bit crazy because it says, why is she interrupting the judge? Why is she? It just seems like maybe my style could be better for an attorney with them. But at the same time, I did get what I wanted. And I'm making sure the entire time that their goal, now this is a good judge, but she's being told shit and she's not aware of the fraud and all this stuff. So with the state court judges, I had to be very clear on stuff and get it recorded. And for the record, LA County does not record when they're legally bound by the Constitution to record shit. They don't record like half of their shit. And it's a very big corruption thing going on there. They need to stop goofing around with this shit and record everything. So if you go right now and you say the hearing is there, you go. Remember I showed you how to go to everything like that. The hearing is there. There's no transcript of it available. There's no any recording. There wasn't a transcriber there, and there's no audio recording. You can't even buy it. Whatever it is, it's gone, except my own recording, which is illegal. Okay, like they're gonna say it's illegal. Come and get me, motherfuckers. You come and get me on this, since I have the only recording of this damn thing. What I did was I pressed video, like I was on a connect call, you're on video, and all I did was screen recorded the whole thing. And it's all we have. We don't have anything else. And now Court Connect or whoever, they're going to say there's a problem with this. Really? I think the bigger problem is the corruption going on there where you can't record anything. Okay? You need to go 100. Now, they're trying to do everything by hand, and we prefer court recorders and all this shit. It's just like saying we prefer personal service. Everything should be going digital. I mean, they say, well, it could be manipulated. The more people that record it, the better. So if the litigants are recording it, if the court is recording it, if everybody in the courtroom has their things out, if there is a single dispute over what was done, you have 5 different recordings. Tell me that is not the best way to get the most accurate documentation of what happened in that hearing. Okay, the whole thing where only a human being using their little stenography, full of mistakes, not able to go fast enough, and easily manipulated by outside people after they do, that's the best way. And then you have to pay $170 to get a copy of it after, which you can't afford, because even a fee waiver doesn't cover it. Okay, it's just so, this is how corrupt it is. It's been going on forever, and now it's coming to a head, but I'm saying it's gay Nazi butt fucking stupidity meant to let corruption thrive on purpose. Okay, it has nothing to do with anything else but that. And now it's coming to a head, and even the personal service stuff, it's meant to be corrupt. It's just the arguments are not there, and the future will see that this was just all the power of gay Nazi people at being able to control things, despite it being the least logical, the worst for everybody, the most expensive, just to allow corruption to happen. It's all going to come crumbling down soon. So I recorded it, and I'm going to show it in a minute. But you're going to see that I look like I don't have much respect, but I had a definite goal in mind, and that was to prevent the judge from writing an order that said this. She was going to write this order. It was going to say, this case cannot continue until you relate the case to the family court. Like, you're supposed to ask for a relationship, like this case is related to the case in family court, and then it goes up to whatever, the superior, whatever, and then they decide if it goes, both cases go to family court or both cases go to the civil court. And if that happens in this case, without me arguing about it, they are going to relate this case, which is very strong, to the family court, throw it all back to the family court, and then the family court kills it. I wanted to make very clear that this case goes forward regardless of whether it's related to the family court or not, because it's all fraudulent. And by the time she got to the order, I want you guys to pay attention. She started to write the order, and she changed the wording very importantly. She said, by May 5th, we hope that there will be a resolution on the related case. She did not write what she was going to write, which was, by May 5th, the case must have been related and that issue resolved. And there's no way. And I didn't. And I also said, I'm doing that today. I did not do that. Instead, I filed a petition to you're going to see, on January 31st or February 1st, I filed a petition with the appeals court. I appealed, and I said, no way. You have to, I said, you have to get LA County Sheriff's Department, compel them to do service on LAPD is the first thing we're going to do. And then in the process of that, they kind of related it, but we'll see how it goes. But I'm not going to try to relate the cases, because I do not want this in family court. It doesn't belong there, and I'll show you why. So that's why I'm very aggressive, and I'm interrupting her on certain things. But I got what I wanted in the end, and maybe not the best way, and I hope she's still my judge. Now, you notice she's wearing a black mask. That is, to me, is tobacco swamp, but it's fine. Okay? I mean, I liked her for I watched all this shit. I mean, I hope they give LA Court Connect access for the public for every hearing that isn't highly sensitive, because it is the most interesting thing you will ever, for me, as in I'm an attorney for myself, but I was listening to everything she was doing, everything she was saying, and what the attorneys were doing. And they were all unrelated cases, but everybody now is on Court Connect on video. So it's very interesting what happened. It was amazing. And then she didn't have time for me, and I said, I'm coming back tomorrow. No problem. I will do this all over again. And I did it all over again. I sat through another hour of all this stuff going on. So it was fun, and I had a good time. But they should make that public. They should make it video recordings in every courtroom across the country that anybody could tune into, like C-SPAN. Okay, this is going to really, really, you're going to get lawsuits that shouldn't have been filed. You're going to get the people who are lying, stop lying. All sorts of stuff's going to happen. It's fantastic. And the butt fuckers are going to really try everything. Because this is, anyway. So, I apologize for my behaviors when I'm saying, but I got what I wanted, so that's fine. Now, during this conversation, you're going to hear me start to try to reveal a problem that's going on my case. I said the people I'm after, and I'm not physically, they are actually, everybody listed here is also on a list to protect, because they are all witnesses or complicit, or it could be the gay Nazi buttfuckers below all these people doing the shit. And then once these people find out, they will be killed, okay, because they're witnesses or whatever it is. But I have a hard time finding, like, that these guys don't know. I think they're slime ball. Whatever. I'm not even going to think about it. It's mostly, okay? So I start to say there could be they could try to knock you off this case for conflict of interest. You'll see me say that to the judge. And I'll say, can I, let me explain this. So I start talking about Laura Wasser, Samantha Spector. These are people on Kelly Clarkson's divorce case. Laura Wasser was Kelly, and she was also Britney Spears, and I've also been bashing her from 2008, and I have all that online, and we'll go through it later, whatever. But I also bash. I've been doing family law reform, attempting since 2006 website, so it's a long ass thing, and they don't like my reforms because all these guys go away. It's a very long story, but anyway, Laura Wasser, she went to Loyola Law School. She's a Jewish woman. Samantha Spector, that was Buttfuck's attorney. She went to Loyola Law School, graduated, a Jewish woman. And then we have Brian Friedman. He's gay and Jewish, and I'm not sure if he has any connection to Loyola Law School, but gay, Jewish. He was Starstruck Entertainment's attorney against Kelly. Starstruck and Brandon. It was Brandon Blackstock, Starstruck Entertainment versus Kelly Clarkson in the contract dispute over millions of dollars, okay? He was their attorney. Edwin McPherson, gay, okay, so that's gay, Jewish, Loyola Law School. Edwin McPherson, he was the attorney for Kelly in this contract dispute going against Brian Friedman. And I went through that. They were working together. I already covered that, by the way. But he was also at the last minute kind of thrown onto, because it was happening at the same time, he's kind of thrown on in a weird way on this case, my civil harassment restraining order case. Like, he's not he's not a family law attorney, but all of a sudden just because he's there? No. It was because it's not because Kelly sought him out. It was from Brian Friedman and these guys. Kelly might not even know anything about this, but he first and foremost was Kelly's attorney on the contract dispute case. Then he just by default became her attorney on all this civil harassment shit. And that right there is also very suspect. Like, what the hell was that all about? It's because it's political against me, because I'm throwing him under a bus. I threw him under a bus after this, actually. But I was throwing him under a bus. I was throwing all these guys under a bus long before then. I was telling him, where the fuck? Like, Laura Wasser would, this is what she does with all the cases. She would say, like, she would purposely, behind Kelly's back, screw her over on some decision. Oh, the child's father needs to be supported. We're going to leave him on the ranch, blah, blah, blah. And then she would go to TMZ, and TMZ, she works with the buttfuckers at TMZ, and what they would say is, Kelly Clarkson won a huge ruling against Brandon Blackstock. And then they would say the ruling, and it would be the biggest fucking fuck over against Kelly. Like, they always do this shit. They would say it was a huge victory for this and her attorney when she got totally fucked. So I would come in and say, what the fuck are you talking about? How is this a huge win when you're in a blah, 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 blah? And I know all my family is just slime hole shit. And they work with TMZ on this, and I hate the whole thing. And I was doing this a long time ago. So this is what they do. So and I didn't mention him, you're going to hear me, I'm going to say TMZ. And what I mean by TMZ is Harvey Levin, who is gay and Jewish. All right, so even Grok can't stand where I go with this. And you could see the judge cut me off. Like I say Laura Wasser went to Loyola Law School, Samantha Spector, and then I say, and she's Jewish. And then the judge cut me off. And I want to tell you, and of course they will, that's fine. Everybody gets very sensitive about this, and it's for a good reason, because we're trained to not go after the very people who are causing the problem. Now, I said a long time ago, the gay Nazis are imploding, and they tried to transfer their power to Jewish women and black women, and blah, 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 and nobody wants to talk about this. Well, we're going to be talking about the fucking whole thing on the next video. And you better believe I'm not going to be shying behind telling the fucking Jewish women to stop circumcising, telling the fucking black women to stop spanking, telling these people to stop bidding, doing all the bidding for this fucking butt fuckers. Because it's really serious what I'm going to do in the next video. And I'm very truthful about this. And I go after anybody where there's the problem. So here is Laura Wasser, Samantha, they're Jewish women. They don't like shiksas. The gay Nazi assholes have made sure that these Jewish women do their bidding for them, meaning hate white women, hate the shiksas, just like the gay Nazis who control them. Okay, so these guys go after shiksas like Britney Spears. They go after shiksas and non-Jewish white women like Kelly Clarkson, and they just have a little extra added oomph against them. Like they enjoy seeing them fall. They enjoy taking their kids from them. They enjoy having their secrets and threatening them and whatever it is, control freak, fucking whatever. Finding out what they want and making sure they don't get it, or if they do get it, they get it at the maximum price. Do not tell any of these types of people any of your secrets or anything going on or what you really want, because then they'll use that against you. So this is all lawyers, but these guys are especially slimy in the family court because they have too much power. So you're going to hear me talk about these attorneys, or at least TMZ, and then she cuts me off. But what I want, and I also talk about federal judges. Okay. When I first filed the first case, you see up there, number 1 on March 8th, they assigned Judge Wesley Sue, he's a Hispanic guy, and Magistrate Judge Elisa Rosenberg. Now, these people should not be assigned, and it's not them. None of them know anything about the case, even though it's been there for 8 months. It's all their court clerks. So when I looked him up, Wesley Sue is gay, closeted gay, and he has the Loyola Law School connection. Not many, not like 2 or 3 of them do. And the entire, now Grok and I went over this, and I got to be very careful with Grok because he just gave me this big old lecture on we don't do race and we don't do blah blah blah, and all of a sudden he has all these morals and all these freaking DEI. He got very liberal all of a sudden and all moralistic. Like you can't judge people based on this, and I refuse to do by race and religion. And I was like, fuck off. Let's just do the Loyola Law School then connection, just for fun. Just for statistics. And then he was able to do it because I was trying to ask him to do statistics-wise for Jewish and gay, okay, as well. But just theoretically naming, because I have an impeccable gaydar, but he just wouldn't do it. So what I'm showing is all the judges, and this has been going on since way back freaking 1994. They do not randomly assign judges. That's just bullshit up the ass and around the corner. Anybody who believes that. Now, I could see assigning a specialist kind of a judge who does certain things, but when they say it's randomly assigned, blah, 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 it's so political, it's fucking bullshit. Not in all cases, but in my case in particular, every single fucking judge was picked by the gay Nazi buttfuckers. I could prove it up the gazoo and around the corner, people. I really can. And I could prove it here as well, statistically. Even just on the Loyola Law School connection. Okay? My judges are picked. They're picked by Adam fuck Schiff. Okay? Butt fucking piece of shit. All right? Probably up at that level. But probably doesn't even need that. He's probably just picked by Harvey Levin or any one of these people. Because that's all it takes to control these court clerks and control these certain things. When it's this corrupt. Okay? And I was trying to get this out to her, and I didn't. And this is what I want to say right now on the record. So, on the record, these are my attorneys. On the record, these are the federal, these are the attorneys I'm after, and these are the federal judges assigned to my case. The first case was Wesley Sue. He is gay, okay? My impeccable gaydar confirmed it. Very gay. He is an adjunct professor, or was, at Loyola Law School. He's not Jewish, but he clerked for a Jewish woman named Mariana Pfizer. So he does have a Jewish connection. Not everybody has these connections. It's not statistical. It's not accidental. He's gaining some things from being gay, some things from the Jewish community, and his connection to Loyola Law School. Magistrate Judge Alicia Rosenberg, she was an adjunct professor at Loyola Law School. Before becoming a judge, she was. I don't think she is. Once they become a judge, I don't think they do it. Maybe they do. But it's in their bios, okay? And then she's also a Jewish woman just by the name. All right. Now she was definitely Jewish by the bios. She, just by the name and I think something else. I tried to confirm who was Jewish or not, but a lot of these, he is by name, he is confirmed Jewish, and these guys are confirmed Jewish. Okay. So if I couldn't figure out if they're Jewish, I went just by the name, and this bothered the shit out of Grok. He wouldn't do it. So when I went to state court, you look at who Ed McPherson chose he handpicked a family court judge. It was a commissioner. Commissioner Hillary Gerber, Jewish woman. Then there was one order to show cause. There's only 2 people on the entire civil harassment restraining order case. There's only 2 people until I came on it. And that's Hillary Gerber and Shelley Kaufman, both Jewish women. Okay? When I got on board and I filed my motion just recently, they assigned it to Patrice Birdsong. Oh, Patricia? I think it's Patrice Birdsong. She has some connection to Loyola Law School in that her husband gave some lectures there or something. It's a very thin connection, but it's more than most people have, and you can see it online. If you can see a connection online, then then I could assume it's there, and maybe even more than what's online. If you don't see the connection online, it's probably not there. That's how we're doing Loyola Law School, and I have Grok helping me do this. So Grok searches everything, and he finds these connections online, and he found that connection, and she's a black woman, just as I said. I could almost predict that they were going to be either Jewish or black, and the gay Nazi assholes assigned these women. Then, when I filed an appeal, my appeal went to the second district. The fifth district. No, the second district. Oh, what the fuck? Here he is, right here. So it went to Division 5 in the second district. Now, not all these justices. I think it was only a 50-50 chance here. But this guy is the presiding justice on both of my appeals to the appellate court. He is gay and Jewish and is an adjunct professor at Loyola Law School. All right, so we got that, and that's all. Okay, now you can say, oh, how do you know they're gay? Don't suck a dick. I'm sick of that shit. Okay, I have my impeccable gaydar, and I guess a lot of things correctly from that, and training days are over. Okay. I'm not going to explain all this. I just have an impeccable gaydar and I go by it. And I could be wrong or right, but it's pretty good and it's a talent. So he's gay. And then after I tried to get it out of here, this mess, these Patricia Birdsong, Shelley, all these court clerks that were just a mess, I filed in, and after this guy denied my appeal out of there, I went to the civil court and I tried to file something there, and it was assigned to Teresa Baudet. Baudet. I think that's how it is. Okay. And she graduated undergraduate from Loyola Law School. She graduated undergraduate at Loyola Marymount in Los Angeles. And then after she graduated, she stayed on to go to Loyola. So she's a Loyola person for 7 or 8 years, whatever that is. She is totally Loyola Law School and Loyola whatever. So there isn't anybody who is more associated with Loyola School than she is. So now what we need is, you go to Grok and you say, Grok, like how many women, I just said Loyola Law School, not the women. It's all women, by the way. And then, or it's either Jewish men or, gay men or women. There's no non-gay men and there's no, yeah. So that's all I'm getting. So what are the chances of that? What are the chances? So I said, okay, Grok, stop having a fit over this. I think you originally did one, and it was like 1 in 10 billion chance that this happens randomly. But so we're gonna narrow it down just to make Grok happy. Grok, let's focus on the Loyola Law School connection. Okay, so we look up all the not these guys. This is where it starts. I'm just narrowing it down to where this is coming from, and it's coming from these five pieces of shit that I am now going to protect, because I don't, they're just divorce attorneys. Remember I just posted something that said, remember Pierce Brosnan was saying, what was it called? Just a movie. And he said, lawyers are scum and divorce lawyers are the scum beneath the scum, or slime and the scum. Anyway, I posted that just because I was going through all this stuff. So, okay, so Grok. This is all Grok. Grok. How many judges on the Central District of California, where I had my chances of getting one assigned to me, have any connection to Loyola Law School? Okay. What are the chances I randomly have somebody who is related to Loyola Law School assigned to my case? Fine. The chances were like 1 in 35. I think there's only 1 or 2 or 3, and then so it was 1 in 40. I don't know what it was, but the chances are still slim that it would be Loyola Law School, And then what are the chances that a magistrate judge is also associated with adjunct professorship? Now you would think because Loyola Law School is there and these guys are judges that they would speak a lot. No, they don't. Maybe speaking, but adjunct professor is a different thing. That's somebody who has an actual class and is paid to do a whole thing. These guys are actual adjunct professors there. It's more than just giving a speech. But even just giving a speech, I think that's what happened here, like with Birdsong. It was like a speech or two or some kind of a conference or something. Even that, if it's mentioned anywhere, just associated with it. And then now, just to have the judge and the magistrate judge come out to be adjunct professors at Loyola Law School was like one in, we're getting up to the thousands now, or not the thousands, like one in whatever. It was thousands, because there aren't very many. There aren't very many. So this alone. Then we go here and we say, okay, now what are the chances? And I couldn't do Hillary or Shelley, and I did Patricia Birdsong, Patrish. And it was, once we did this, it was like one in 4,000 or something. And then Brian Hofstede. Now that was a little bit different because it could only go to a certain, it was a little bit lower. But anyway, Teresa Baudet, not the Birdsong. We, just to be extra conservative, we took all three of these out of the equation and only used Brian Hofstede and Teresa Baudet. And out of that, it was like 1 in 5,000 or 6,000 were the chances that this happened randomly. That is just for the Loyola Law School. This is not, this judge selection on my cases is not happening randomly. I'm getting tired of people saying it is. I'm talking about Grok. I'm talking about anybody like a cop or anybody who thinks that this is not, FBI is going to say, no, bullshit, you lazy pieces of shit. This is not accidental. Now, if Trump is doing it, fine. If he's not doing this, fine. The bottom line is this is not coincidence. This is not random going on here. Okay, and from judging from what people are, they could be good for my case, or they could be a 3D chess move that Trump's trying to map out how it's going to go through the court system, before he finally takes down the 16th Amendment and all this other shit. All right? It's just not random, and that's what I was trying to say to her. And I didn't even throw in the gay thing. I didn't even throw in the Jewish thing. And that's even worse because there's even fewer Jewish people. I mean, I know you would think there would be a lot, but there's not. There's only 2 to 6% or something are Jewish, and then the Jewish women are even more rare. Every time there's a Jewish person, it's a woman. I mean, look at this. Magistrate, judge, Jewish woman. Hillary Gerber, Jewish woman. Sandy Governor, Jewish woman. I mean, seriously, that is like, the chances of these three alone right there are like one, that alone is in the millions, I think, something like that. I don't know. I mean, you guys know the statistics. It tends to go up very high when two things happen in consecutive order. It goes high very quickly, or the chances of it happening go down very, very quickly. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say there, and then we have the interrogatories. I forget what else happened during the hearing. Okay, let's just play the hearing. That's it. We're going to play the hearing right now. I'm going to stay silent. It's about 15 minutes long, 18 minutes long. Okay? And then I'll talk to you afterwards. Oh, before we go on, afterwards you're going to see me, and I'm scrolling down something, and it's going to be things that I wanted to ask the judge. Like I was going to propose, if we had time, I was going to say, this is all I want. This is the only information I want. There's interrogatories that I had planned ahead of time. I said, this is all I want to ask the LAPD. I don't want any of that other stuff. I do, of course, want the body cam where I'm saying this is fraudulent and all that. But he doesn't even need that if he just gives me this other information, because once they start answering those questions, they themselves will start to see the fraud and investigate themselves. Okay? That's what I'm getting at. Okay? And then give me what I want, which is the fraud ruling. So that's why, so you'll see when we get done with this, I'm going to read the interrogatories, and then I think we're done. We have a lot more. We have another 2 hours to go. We have another hour. Okay, let's go. Ready? Let's do it. Sorry. Here I am. Hold on.
Okay. For number 3, Young versus Los Angeles Police Department.
Yes, I'm here.
Have plaintiff's appearance, please.
Here I am. Hold on.
Okay. All right.
There I am.
Okay. All right. So you asked to continue this. I'm okay with that we can continue it to May 5th at 10 o'clock. Does that work for you?
Not after watching you yesterday. I really like you. You seem to want to solve problems, and maybe you could help me with some problems I'm having. This is related. It's a standalone. So if the family court case. Oh shit! One last thing. Okay, guys. One last thing. I'm sorry. We can start it again. One last thing was I was the last today. I requested to be the last because I was planning on recording this. By the way, I had no idea, but I had a feeling there wouldn't be any recording of this because I've been. But the second thing was I was the only one. I was the last one there, also recording this by request. So that's what's going on. Usually ahead of time, you have a screen full of all these other people that are like working on their computers and waiting for them to be called. And then once they're called, you see them pop up. But you see them all, and they're all there, and they're doing stuff. Like me, like doing other stuff, and you can still see them. But then they pop up, and then when the case is over, they disappear. It's fantastic. But everybody had disappeared but me. So this isn't like when you show up, you're the only person talking to the judge, and you're the only person who shows up on the screen. Everybody else shows up. I recorded some of that, but I didn't mean to. I was just trying to make sure that I got the beginning of it. So you could see the whole screen, and you could record that whole thing. And, that's probably the illegal part. But just to defend myself, I am the only person here. This is all I'm showing is me and the judge. So I think I have a right to do this.
Young versus Los Angeles Police Department.
Yes, I'm here.
Have plaintiff's appearance, please.
Here I am. Hold on.
Okay. All right.
There I am.
Okay. All right. So you asked to continue this. I'm okay with that. We can continue it to May 5th at 10 o'clock. Does that work for you?
Not after watching you yesterday. I really like you. You seem to want to solve problems, and maybe you could help me with some problems I'm having. This is related. It's a standalone. So if the family court case can't get heard or transferred to your court, it's a standalone case. But the whole purpose of this case is to. I have also a related case in federal court. So if you know the history of this, you might be able to help me out a little bit. I had a civil harassment restraining order against me that I believed was fraudulently obtained or was fake the whole time. And I have a long history of, trying to reform family court and family law. I'm very nonviolent. I've been to law school subsequently after all that, trouble back in 2006. So I kind of, I know my way around the law a little bit. And so the goal here is to reform family court, but it's also a little bit of a security issue this is a restraining order that was filed against me on behalf of Kelly Clarkson, a very prominent and well-known person. I'm not sure you know her, but she's a pop singer and has a talk show. And it was really well publicized all over TMZ. And the federal case is Young versus EHM Productions Inc., which is TMZ. That's in federal court, filed on August 8th, 2025. I just did it very quickly because there was a statute of limitations on malicious prosecution. I got out of jail on August 8th, 2023. So this restraining order, I thought, was fake from the beginning, and I said it when I was arrested. I was just trying to be served properly because they didn't serve me properly, and I was just trying to push them up against the wall to do some illegal things, So I'm not innocent. I'm not somebody who doesn't know what she was doing. I was recording this the whole time, and it was the only way I could fight back the defamation happening at TMZ. So I have so much evidence. I have evidence and facts and time. Everything is on my side. So I don't mind if you can't help me on this. And that's why I said, I love what you said yesterday. This is just a waste of time. It's just a waste of time for me to try to get this information this way. But maybe you could help me.
No, I didn't say that to you, but
No, I know, but you were talking to some people, and I just loved it. You were like, what are you doing? And it just seemed to be a waste of time, so I don't want to deal with this case. But now, it might not be a waste of time if I could have your ear I couldn't believe I'm talking to a judge. I mean, I'm having problems with court clerks since, 20 years ago. I can't ever see a judge. But so all I want, I'm not, if it says Young versus LAPD, It just, everybody puts up, circles the wagons, and I'm not trying to sue LAPD, even though I'm suing LAPD. The case in federal court, by the way, it doesn't mention any government entities. It doesn't even mention specific people. It's only private corporations. And the people I'm actually after.
Let me, if I can ask you a question.
Sure.
What is it that you actually want in this case?
Perfect.
I cannot give you legal advice.
No. Okay. So here goes. I knew you were going to ask me this. Are you ready? So here's what I want. And you might have to. So yesterday you said something like I had to file a notice of related case. I did in this. You see on the docket. I did this on November 7th. In this case, it's a notice of related case. It goes to Department 1, and then it just sits in limbo because nobody wants to have anything. It's a very highly political case. Okay, so
okay, well, hold on 1 second. Okay, so are you telling me that you did file and you have filed a proof of service showing that you filed the notice of related case in the family law case and in Department 1? Because I didn't see that.
Okay, so you need a proof of service. So I filed. Now the proof of service is the odd part because I can't get the service on LAPD. I did it by email, and I sent them a thing saying,
No, it's not on LAPD. It's not. You need to serve the notice of related case on the family law court that has the case. You file it in that case, and you need to file it in Department 1, just like you filed the document in this case.
Okay.
Irrespective of, if LAPD had already appeared, you would have to serve them, but you haven't served them yet.
Okay, so I went to family law yesterday. I went to the family law and I filed a notice a related case there. It's exactly like the one here. Oh, I'm so glad. This is what I need. I know I need an attorney, but I know my law. I just didn't know that. So I have to serve that, and I put a proof of service, but the proof of service was the attorney on that case was Egg McPherson and Kelly Clarkson, and I can't seem to serve these people, even LAPD. So I need to serve notice of related. I really want you on that case. Yeah.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah, let me interrupt. So yes, you have to serve the people that were in that other case because they're already appearing. But my understanding is here, you have not yet served the LAPD. So right now, as far as the notice of related case, that's not an issue here. But so if you went ahead and served the notice of related case in the family law case and served the people in that case, and then you served it in Department 1. However they take service in Department 1, I don't really know. I think you have to deliver it to the department.
Okay.
But you need to get it to Department 1 because what happens when there's a family law case and a civil case, there's a conflict there. And neither of us are at a high enough level to say what happens. It goes to Department 1, which is the supervising judge, and he will say, okay, these cases need to be related, and they're going to go to family law, or they're going to go to civil, or they're going to go sometimes to Department 1. That's rare. But he is the one who will say what happens, or he'll say they're not going to be related, then go their separate ways.
Okay, so if that, I don't mind that. I mean, you don't, okay, you said, what do I want? I want that case related, but we don't have to relate it. I think the standalone with and what I'm asking, what do I want on this case once LAPD is...
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Relating of the cases is not an option for you. That's a court rule, so...
Right, I don't need it related.
I think that they have, okay, but it's not about whether you need it.
I don't need it for this case. This is a standalone. This is a standalone case of, California.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
ma'am, it's not actually a standalone case because you have another case in family law, and they appear to be related. The judge may decide in Department 1 that he's not going to relate them, which is probably likely because they don't generally relate a family law case to a civil case. Sometimes, rarely, they'll say it, but he probably won't relate it. So we need to get a ruling from Judge Riff in Department 1 as to whether this is going to be related or not. In the meantime, you need to continue going forward with your case, in this case, against LAPD.
Right. So...
Okay, so you need to get them served with a complaint. in the summons.
It's not a complaint is the problem. It's very confusing because it is a...
Sorry, the petition.
Right, well, that's a problem if you can just solve that problem and make it very clear that they wouldn't allow me to serve
You still have to serve the petition. Whatever you name it, petition or complaint, that doesn't make any difference. Whoever it is you've named here as the respondent, you need to go serve the agent for the LA Police Department.
Right. And I did, but they were the wrong address, and they're slow walking it, which is why I said May. Okay, I said fine. But I mean, I might not even need to serve this. We could solve this whole thing. I don't want all that information. I'm just trying to answer some questions.
Well,
but Well,
ma'am,
yeah.
Your two choices then are either you serve them or you dismiss the case.
Okay, I'll serve them. So if you can, well, what I was wondering is, I mean, we could serve them and have the case continue in another 2 weeks, but I did it until April because they're going to slow walk it. They're making me re-mail it in and do all this thing, and then they say on the phone.
Ma'am,
yeah.
I'm not going to be able to spend too much more time.
Right.
So the dilemma you have is you have to get proof of service filed, effective service, in this case on the LAPD. So that sounds like it's going to take you some time
Yes.
to get that done properly.
Okay.
So I think your idea of continue it was probably a good one. So you go forward
Okay.
with getting them served, and then also we'll go forward with the relating of the cases. And by May, and my proposal is May 5th,
Oh, good.
you'll have to have all that sorted out.
Just the service and I'm just telling you that I really want you on this case, and they might try to say there's some kind of conflict of interest with you on this and not let you on this case.
No.
Okay. No, there will be.
There's no, not that I'm aware.
Well, can I tell you what the conflict might be? Can I tell you? Okay, so the 4 attorneys I'm after from way back in 2008 are the 2 most popular attorneys to ever come out of Loyola Law School. Okay, who's that? It's Laura Wasser and Samantha Spector. Okay, Family Law Court. We have conflict going on. I've had conflict with her since 2008 when she was Britney Spears' attorney. Okay, fine. So, and this whole thing is probably run by those 2 and Brian Friedman and Ed McPherson. All right? I'm just telling you that's my theory. And
I don't know any of those people.
Okay, so when I filed it in federal court, they assigned the case to Victor L. Sue. Okay, he's an adjunct professor, or he has, given classes at Loyola Law School. And then they assigned it to a magistrate judge with him, and her name is Alicia Rosenberg, who is an adjunct professor at Loyola Law School, and Jewish. And Victor Sue actually clerked for a very famous...
Ma'am, I'm not going to be able to go into all this detail.
Okay.
I don't teach at Loyola Law School, so...
Yeah, but you came from there, and it's like, I'm just saying the case was not assigned to you. Okay.
Ma'am, that is not a basis. We all come from some law school.
Fantastic, okay. So please don't let him disqualify you. Please don't let him disqualify you, because the 2 other women on the case from family court were Hillary Gerber and... Kelly, whatever, on this case. There's only 2 people, and they were, anyway, all I want is 1 sentence from Los Angeles County, Los Angeles court, 1 sentence that I could take to federal court that says the civil harassment restraining order is now vacated based on fraud. That's all I want. I don't want it based on a technicality or anything like that. I mean, I didn't sign the petition. There's so much fraud involved. That's all I want.
Ma'am, I'm going to tell you, if that's what you're really after...
Yes.
I think that sounds like that's going to be something in the family law court. So I don't.
Oh no, they're the ones who committed. Some of the people there committed the fraud. I'm just after the people who enticed them. I'm not family court people. I'm not after any court clerks. I'm after who called in, who did this, and influenced some of these decisions. It's very fraudulent. I just want them on my side. But you can't go to family court and say resolve this when it's family court who is involved in this and all the fraud. Like.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, I can't give you any legal advice, but I'm going to just continue this till May 5th. But
Yes.
At that point in time, I'm going to spell this out. So the status conference, on the ex parte to continue it, that is granted.
Yes.
Ex parte.
Thank you.
Is granted. Okay. The hearing on the status conference.
And by the way, I disagree with you that this case has to rely on what happens in the related cases. I could drop that. I mean, I could have this case on its own because I do have a right.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, let me just finish right in.
Sure.
The hearing on the status conference is continued to May 5, 26 at 10 a.m. in Department 50. Okay. By that date, plaintiff must have served, filed proof of service as to defendant, LAPD, or LAPD must have answered or have responded to the petition, or plaintiff must have dismissed LAPD, defendant LAPD. So one of three things has to happen. You either dismiss them, they file a response, or you file a proof of service. And then once we get the proof of service, if they haven't responded after that, then you can ask for a default. Also, by that date, the court anticipates that Department 1 will have ruled upon the notice of related case filed in Department 1. So if you haven't done that already, you have to get that to them.
I'll get that done today.
As well as the family law.
So, also, just so you know, okay.
The family law case.
So I also want to put on record that I tried to get this kind of, when I'm filing here, I tried to get it out of family court. They kept ignoring, and this case does not belong in family court because it's a civil harassment restraining order, and they aren't. I argued they're not allowed to.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
All right, ma'am. Okay. So I'm gonna. You have to give notice to the. You have to give notice once you get the LAPD service. Now
I will.
I am late with. I have to take another
Yes.
case. That's my informal discovery conference. So.
Yes.
Good luck with that.
I hope to see you in May. I hope you're not off the case. People disappear when they're good on my cases, so it's cool. I like you. I'll see you later.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, let it go. So here were the questions I wanted to ask her. Oh, sorry. Who told Sergeant Ballerina to stand on somebody's front lawn on Sarah Street? Anyway, whatever. I went through all this, but she's trying to claim that the cases have to be related, and they're going to try to kill the case over there, but I recorded the whole thing, so that's cool. I'm just going to post this. I don't care. If I can't, they'll say it's illegal to record these conferences, but they're trying to kill my case or trying to send it to family law when it's a civil harassment restraining order. It does not belong in family court. Okay? All right. Okay, so we're going to disappear that one and go back to, okay, bye-bye you, and we're going to go to here. So, we're going to disappear this one. I think my computer is going faster now. We still have another hour maybe to go. So the interrogatories you saw at the end, I'm going to read them right now because I just and I refined them. Like here I said Sergeant Ballerini. Now I'm acting like I'm asking Sergeant Ballerini. Okay, these are interrogatories, and I was going to, when she says, "What do you want?" If we had a longer amount of time, I was prepared to read just what I want without. I mean, let's just answer. If you answer this now, I can drop everything, everybody. Okay. Because once you answer these questions, you can see the fraud yourself, all right? So here's a question. And especially against TMZ, who reported everything opposite of what actually happened during the arrest, okay? On purpose. So for arresting Officer Ballerini, I have some interrogatories, and they will be way more than this if we ever get to this. Okay, and and interrogatories means I'm just writing. I don't even have him coming to testify. We could do that too. I think I'd be very good at this because I'm just trying to get at some facts, and I don't want to put him on. I love Sergeant Ballerini actually because he was a Navy guy, and he know well. Okay, I respect him. He did the right thing. He did what I would have done given the information. Okay? I would have done the same thing. So I'm just after the information. All right? So don't and I would make him feel that way if I'm talking face to face with him. So I would be able to do the deposition is fine, especially online like this. I can't believe how easy this is. I mean, shoot. This is my kind of law, man. Do everything by Zoom is fantastic. I don't have to dress up. I mean, I don't. I mean, look at me. I'm in this. I'm actually. I realize this. I'm in the actual green sweater that, it's the only sweater I had, and I was actually arrested in that, and it was all I had on the actual shirt on my back when I left jail was that sweater that I was wearing. It's the only thing I have that isn't stained and looks almost a little bit okay, but I don't have anything dressy or nice. So whatever, and we could change that, I guess, but it's fine. We achieved what we achieved. So the first question, I'm going to just read the 7 I have. It's going to get way more detailed if we get this far, if they don't start cooperating. Number 1, who asked you to stand on Kelly Clarkson's front lawn and wait for me to drive by at my usual time, which is 9 p.m. on Wednesday, on all Wednesdays, January 25th, 2023, so that you could arrest me? Or specifically, so that 2 other LAPD officers in a squad car could arrest me 2 blocks away because I drove right by you thinking you were just one of Kelly Clarkson's lying security guards waving a flashlight at me. I mean, I think he came up on me when I was arrested and he was all huffy and like, what the hell why are you resisting arrest? He didn't say that, but he was acting like that, and he immediately calmed down now in hindsight, and I hope we have the video of this, I'm like confused as what he's talking about. He says, when you saw me, why did you keep driving? And I didn't understand when he said when you saw me, because what I saw was not a police officer. It was dark. I didn't know that was him, and I was confused until afterwards when I was in jail. I go, oh, that was him. Okay, and it looked like I was. Anyway, it was dark, and I thought he was a security guy. And then there was a car in front that was not marked either. It wasn't a police car. Like, what the hell? I don't think it was. I mean, in my brain, if I would have stopped if it was a police car. And the fact that he's all mad that I didn't stop, what they wanted was a video of me being arrested in front of Kelly's house. Motherfucking assholes. That's what that was. Can you imagine? They planned the whole thing so that they would have a video of me being arrested right in front of Kelly's house because he stopped me there because they knew I was driving. Motherfuckers. God, can you imagine? I would have spent the rest of my life in jail if they had that video. Fucking assholes. Okay, number 2. Later in jail, when you and I were speaking, and I kept mentioning Kelly's name without saying her last name, not on purpose, I just say Kelly this, Kelly that, you asked me who was Kelly. Theory. I mean, he didn't know that it was Kelly Clarkson's house. He didn't know that he was protecting Kelly Clarkson from me. Somebody told them something. And the theory is, somebody told you, here's the theory, somebody told you that it was Kelsey Ballerini's home, or Kelsey Ballerini was a friend of the person who lived there, which is true. Kelsey Ballerini is a friend of Kelly Clarkson. And that Kelsey Ballerini was afraid of visiting her friend because of me. In other words, somebody purposely sought you out to facilitate a false arrest against me because you had the same last name as Kelsey Ballerini. And they had some kind of friendly conversation starter with you. They had a friendly conversation started with you. They had something to get a friendly conversation started with you. Are you related to Kelsey Ballerini, or did the name Kelsey Ballerini ever come up in conversations related to my arrest? Okay, that's another question. Given that the first thing I said to you when you arrested me was that I was a peaceful, non-violent person and that I thought the TRO or the RO, I can't remember what I said, was a fake, I once again asked you when I spoke with you in jail to double check that the restraining order was real. Without checking, you said it was definitely real. You did check. Did you check at any time to see if the TRO or the RO or both? I think there's were entered into CLETS, which is yeah. Anyway, was the TRO or RO entered into CLETS? These are questions I'm now asking the LAPD, and it's my right to get this answered on this arrest. So and they're stonewalling me. They're not going to win this argument. Okay, eventually, I'm going to win this argument unless they kill me first. You said, number 4, you said you would let me out so I could get to work at Target in West Hills by 4 a.m. Thursday, January 26, 2023, as per my regular schedule for 1.5 years up to that point. To people who were trying to paint me as a foreigner because I have a foreign name and because my license came from Oregon, they really took advantage of this bullshit. Because Huguette is a weird name, and I never realized that until now that it's like there's a prejudice against me because of that name. But whatever. At 4 a.m., just as long as I agree. Okay, you said you would let me out so I could get to work at Target in West Hills by 4 a.m., just as long as I agreed to abide by the restraining order. I'm not sure those were the exact words. I think he may have said, if you agree to stay away from here and there, and I didn't know, whatever. I didn't know what the restraining order was. So I said that I would absolutely abide by the restraining order, but that I needed a copy of it. Okay, I wasn't leaving without a copy of the restraining order. You said you would get a copy of it right away and would be right back. I never saw you again and spent the next 6.5 months in jail asking for a copy of the restraining order that I purportedly violated and that I was never officially served to this day. What happened? Why did you change your mind and not let me out to get to work as promised? Did you realize the restraining order was fake, or did you speak with somebody about it who discouraged you from letting me out that night? It's not his fault. I would have done everything he did. Okay, I'm not blaming you for any of this shit, and I'm not suing LAPD. I made it very clear. I could sue the shit out of you guys for this shit. I'm not interested in that. I want you on my side. Most cops who arrest me, most of the people, every cop who's arrested me ends up testifying on my behalf at a hearing or whatever it is. And so will Sergeant Ballerini. And that's what I'm trying to do here. Now, that's all I want. I just want the truth out of him, and I just want the people who lied to him. I don't think people making their little salaries to do their government jobs, especially as a cop, especially as a court clerk, especially as any of this, should have to pay for these lying pieces of shit who make their job 10 times harder. Because these guys have to decide who's lying and who isn't all the time. And they can't always, and it can be very dangerous if they guess wrong in this direction. So they always err on the side of, keeping the person in jail. Okay? So, and the gay Nazi buttfuckers make sure they train them that way to make sure they do this way. Anyway, I'm not blaming you. Just tell me who told you this shit. They're the ones I'm after. It's boost security. Number 5, you set my bail at $2,500, money which I did not have. I waited over 40 hours in Van Nuys jail prior to my arraignment hearing on Friday afternoon, January 27th, 2023, for you or any LAPD officer to bring me a copy of the restraining order. The whole reason I got arrested in the first place was to be served a copy of the fake restraining order that I could use as evidence in a constitutional challenge I plan to file in federal court against all civil restraining orders. Up to that point, I had yet to be served anything that I could include in a legal filing as an authentic document that would not deteriorate into he said, she said arguments that would go nowhere in court. Okay, up to this point, it was a he said, she said between me and this imposter Jack Struble that the other side can claim was an imposter all along and they don't know anything about him. The other side could say, we don't know who that is, right? We don't know who sent that person. Okay? That's the whole reason they're doing this shit. That's the whole reason I wanted an official copy from a cop or by email or anything else. Personal service is the most corrupt, stupid, fucking idiotic, non-gay, dumbass, moronic thing on the planet. Okay? We need to go to other service. Personal service by a bunch of butt-fucking lying pieces of shit. Do you remember me telling you about this as my reason for being arrested and refusing to leave without a copy of the restraining order? Is this what discouraged you from letting me out of jail? I told him specifically. And he says, you're very smart. I just want to let you go right now. And I said, not without the restraining order. Why? Like, he just wanted to let me go. And I just, listen to what I'm asking. Give me a copy of what made you do that to me. And so the fact that he is not giving me that copy and is sending me to jail anyway, instead of that, tells me, you need to answer that question. Because this isn't normal. It wasn't normal to be arrested without him giving me a copy when I asked for it. So it's a pattern. And watch the pattern go. The pattern goes through to now. I never got a copy of it. I never got a copy of it from any of my public defenders, from the cops, from the court, from a judge, even afterwards. I had to go out of jail and just buy a copy of it just a few months ago because I didn't know it was even available. And it wasn't what they served me. It wasn't what I was served. So how do you... Anyway. And it would have been a lot easier for everybody involved if it was just emailed to me. If you forced them to email this to me, they never would have done this. Okay? So you're saying, well, there's this and that. The only problem is if you do things that way, is shit doesn't happen. I never would have had a restraining order, a fake restraining order against me. Never would have gone to jail. Never would have done any of this shit if you just required email service and they followed that. And you had the damn commissioner make sure they follow that. There's so many dominoes that fall so easily when there's corruption with the 16th Amendment. Okay, never mind. It's all going to get straightened out. I mean, it will. Okay, I'm getting caught in the weeds here. Number 6, before my arraignment on Friday, January 27th, 2023, where I fully expected everything to be dropped, or at the very least to be let out on my own recognizance, my public defender instead chastised me for being, quote-unquote, somebody who never listened, before I even said a word to him. I eventually got a chance to tell him that the restraining order was fake, that I was never served the fake restraining order, that I was pleading not guilty, and that I'm not leaving this jail without a copy of the restraining order and a copy of the proof of service. All right? He agreed to get me a copy of those things right away, but just like you, he never did, and I never saw him again after the arraignment hearing. Did my public defender ever speak to you about this case? I'm just wondering who's talking to whom. At the arraignment, the prosecutor said I had a long history of harassing and stalking Kelly Clarkson, and that I was arrested in Nashville, Tennessee, in 2011 for stalking her. I did not realize it at the time, but all the prosecutor was doing was spewing in court the quote-unquote facts about me reported by TMZ in an article published the evening before on January 26, 2023, while I was in jail. The prosecutor requested a $100,000 bail based on these facts. And the judge set bail. The judge probably didn't seem to believe it, but he set bail at $27,000 anyway, which is over 10 times more than where I started anyway. So I'm not going to be able to afford any of this shit. But I thought I was going to be let out on my own recognizance because I'm still stupid enough to believe that there's certain things in justice that works. But that was really, they blindsided me on this one. Did anybody from the DA's office or the city attorney's office ever speak to you about this case? Did anybody anywhere ever show you or talk to you about the media coverage this case got, particularly with TMZ? And if so, why didn't you know it was Kelly's house? I don't think they did. So we'll get to the bottom of that. So that's that. This last little string of stuff. What is this one? I already did that. So let's go here. Let's go here. Okay. So we're going to delete this one, and then this last string is going to go semi-quickly. So we're going to end after this, maybe another half hour, maybe a little bit longer. In my last video, I said I wrote letters from jail, and this was a letter I read, and it really clearly, it's the letter I send everybody as sort of a general overview of what's going on. My whole purpose was to get out of jail and file a constitutional challenge to all of the civil house and restraining orders based on what happened to me. So it was very important that I not leave jail without this thing, because they were going to just say it never happened or blah, 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 sweep it under the rug. I needed I mean, I already explained all this. But what I didn't show you was this. This is what I did. This is my handwriting from when I was in jail on a piece of paper. I would write a letter to the presiding judge of Hollywood, whatever the letter was written, and then write a copy of it in handwriting. Both of these are in handwriting, and then send one and keep one in safekeeping. And then when I got out of jail, I had all these handwritten letters with me that I carried with me, carrying your love with me, my little lever case. Remember all that, Kelly, from the 2004? When was that? I think that was the 2004 anniversary present, was the Carrying Your Love with Me karaoke. But I had all this information in it, okay? I'm just showing you. And then when I got out of jail, I had all this, and then I transferred it here to this. So this is when I authenticate how I did this. Transferred it to typewriting on a computer, and that's where this comes from. Okay, so I don't have the original, but the originals can be got by discovery if it gets that far. I'm just doing this for the FBI. I'm letting you know where all this information comes from, but I also want to show you something else, which is it's going to help me to remember. Before I said I posted this video and I said it was all Brandon Blackstock's fault. I did this again in the writing, and they knew it. So I think this is all going toward what did I do? Come on. So this is all sort of pointing at the obvious thing, which was to kill Brandon Blackstock. Okay, so let's go on, and I'll show you another thing I did. So here's another letter. It was letter to. Oh, it was another letter to the presiding judge. Okay, so I did a letter on February 16th, and another letter to the same person on May 23rd, 2023. I'm just saying this because after the arrest, a lot of shit happened in jail that is also corruption, and it was also orchestrated by these outside influences, the same people. Because there's no way, like, my gay baby daddy would do this, but he doesn't have the power to do this shit. This came from Laura Wasser and Heyer. This came from Adam Schiff. This came from some big name people doing this kind of shit, keeping somebody in jail for 6.5 months on a non-violent misdemeanor. Are you kidding me? Without seeing it, I mean, that was crazy. I think that broke a record. Okay, we're gonna have to look into it, and it's hard to get out the records. But one of the things I'm gonna ask, if I can, from Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department is, did I break a record for the longest inmate to spend in jail on a single non-violent misdemeanor charge of contempt of court? It has to be 6.5 months on that alone, without seeing a judge too. Now, I'm not even saying anything. I could have gotten out that day if I agreed to go to a mental hospital or whatever it is, and I never do that. That's like the worst thing you could do for long-term shit. And also, that's just bullshit. Yeah, I mean, I hate that shit. Okay, so this is another letter, and I'm going to, and this is a third one. I'm going to read both of these letters, okay? This was to the LA County District Attorney's Office on June 1st. I sent that one out, and they all mentioned Brandon, I believe. All right, I'm going to read them now, and I think this one, I sent a copy as well to the LA County Public Defender's Office the day before. I don't have it all. I'm very lazy. I just went on what I already did in the past. I didn't do this now. I did this a couple of years ago. I put it all online like this, and I didn't have the actual hand typed copy of this particular letter. I think I had it of the same letter that was to the same letter that I sent to, so this is the same letter, it's just to different persons. So I sent copies to various people. We're going to read them both right now, and then we're going to, because Brandon was mentioned in these letters, and I have all this evidence if you need it, okay? And it's going to lead you to, I mean, it's just going to show you where my mind was on May 23rd. Okay, still in jail. Your Honor, I hope you have received a copy of the enclosed letter dated February 16th, 2023. And that's telling you as well that I had, look at my finger. Where's the finger? Look at this finger. This is my right. I never had that big bulge right there. And then I went to jail and I had these tiny little golf pencils, and I'm writing like a copy of this letter and a letter and then another copy and copy and copy. So, I mean, they didn't make copies for me in jail. I had to write all these out. So when I said, I hope you received the copy, I had no access to copy machines. They wouldn't let me copy this stuff. I hope you have received a copy of the enclosed letter dated 2/16/23 that I have been trying to get to you from my jail cell for over 3 months. I have been in jail for 4 months awaiting a speedy trial for a misdemeanor I did not commit. I need a new public defender, but my current public defender will not allow me to speak with a judge in person to make this request. My public defender, whoever that is, I have had 3 different public defenders for 3 different court dates, committed the following rights violations against me in this court on Wednesday, February 15th, 2023, dear FBI. Okay, these are crimes, I believe. The public defender, she deemed me mentally incompetent to stand trial without me even speaking with a mental health evaluator because I refused to plead no contest to the charges against me and enter a mental health program that would help me become a functioning member of society. All right, apparently working 40 to 60 hours a week unloading trucks for Target at 4 a.m. for almost 2 years until I was arrested does not qualify me as a functioning member of society. Pardon the sarcasm, but you get kind of fucking pissed off. 2, she asked the court to order an in-depth, long-form mental evaluation of me that would put my demands for a speedy trial on hold for at least a month while I waited in jail. She told me a California law allowed her and presumably this court to carry out this rights violation. I doubt it, but if so, this law is going to change in a big way before I get through with it. Yeah, I mean, we got plenty of other... I got bigger fish to fry right now, but that's one law that's definitely going to freaking change. I think Trump's already on it, by the way. 3, after blindsiding me in this manner in this court on February 15th, 2023, my public defender left me in jail without another court date and without sending a mental health evaluator to carry out a long-form mental evaluation for 3 months. This violated this court's specific order to have the long-form mental evaluation of me completed and have me returned to court by March 18th, 2023. All right, so they just left me in jail. Due to the unlawful actions of my public defender, this case is not properly before this court, and this court has no jurisdiction, I underlined it, over this case. Please replace all 3 of my public defenders with a new public defender, strike all filings and requests submitted to this court by my former public defender, purportedly on my behalf, and send this case back to Van Nuys Criminal Court with an immediate court date set for pretrial proceedings. Thank you. Sincerely, you get Nicole Young, PhD, JD. I think that pissed them off. Booking number 654-1484-3400, cell 46, Century Regional Detention Facility, 17. So I was still in cell in 3400 block. This was general population by May 23rd. Okay, watch what they do to me after this. P.S. Pre-trial proceedings should only take a few minutes because Kelly Clarkson's name was forged by Kelly's ex-husband and ex-manager, Brandon Blackstock, on the temporary restraining order that I am accused of violating, and I was never properly served the fake TRO anyway, even to this day. Okay, so I need to turn the light on. I'm okay. The reason I'm looking all shadowy is because I usually have the light on. It's getting dark over here. But here I am mentioning Brandon. I'm saying he's the one who did this. He might not be. He probably isn't. It's probably the people it's probably all the other people I mentioned and not Brandon. But this is going to be used against me now because they're going to say, why did you think he did it? He did it. He's dead now, so there's nothing here. Now you're changing your mind? No, it's not changing. I am changing my mind because now I don't think, I think he was involved, but now I'm absolutely, the evidence coming out is showing plenty of other people involved. Okay, the other letter that I just showed, it was dated June 1st. I have all this, if anybody needs that, is here. That's May 23rd. Let's get rid of all this stuff. Okay, we're going to get rid of you. 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 I just read you. Okay, this is the... I have a ton of letters, by the way. I'll show you in a minute. Uh-oh. Okay. Alright. Sorry. Okay. This one mentions Brandon too, I think. We'll see. Come on, man. Maybe I should do it the other way. Okay, to LA County Public Defenders, I also sent it to the DA's office. It's just the addresses are here. And, you know, you could ask the sheriff if they have, I don't think the sheriff mailed a lot of these. They just threw them away. So you could ask the sheriff and ask if they were received and anything like that. Because they were monitoring mail coming and going, and I don't understand the going mail. What did they think? I was mailing out, jelly packets? What the hell did they think we're mailing out? Oh, it's a gang thing. Oh, suck a dick. Fucking lying, gay Nazi, non-gay dumbass morons being influenced. Whatever. I mean, there's so much shit that's just going to go away once we get rid of all this stupidity. LA County Public Defender's Office, May 31st, 2023. Please enter into evidence this letter, including my latest grievance filed with the sheriff, copied on the back of this letter, as well as the 3 enclosed letters, 2 letters I sent to the presiding judge of LA County Mental Health Court, aka Hollywood Mental Court, dated 2/16/23 and 5/23/23, and my letter to LA County DA George Gascon, dated 3/25/23. I don't have that here. I have it. I just decided to, on the process, to make things shorter, but it just said, "Do you remember me?" Whatever. I could read it another time. I should have included it here since I'm going long form. I was just trying to finish this before going to work last night. I thought I was going to get this done before going to work. Can you imagine how off I was? So I cut it out to save time, right? It was one of the shortest letters. I expect this information will also be passed. Oh. Hold on a second. Well, we'll see. I might be able to get to it. I think I might be able to get to it very quickly. Okay. Please enter into evidence this letter, including my latest grievance filed with the sheriff, copied on the back of this letter, as well, it's over here, back of this letter, as well as the 3 enclosed letters, 2 letters I sent to the presiding judge of LA County Mental Health Court, aka Hollywood Mental Court, dated 2/16/23 and 5/23/23, and my letter to LA County DA George Gascon, dated 3/25/23. I expect this information will also be passed to your Internal Affairs Unit to investigate the questionable actions of your co-workers. In addition, please see there is follow-through on the 3 requests I made in my letter to the judge, dated 5/23/23, as follows. 1. Remove the 3 public defenders on this case, whoever they are, and replace them with a new public defender. 2. Strike all previous filings and requests made to the mental health court by my now former public defenders, purportedly on my behalf. 3. Return this case to Van Nuys Criminal Court immediately. Finally, please investigate the criminals who lied to your co-workers to have me falsely arrested and imprisoned, especially Jack Struble for impersonating an LAPD homicide detective and for harassing and threatening me, my family, and my co-workers with false defamatory claims against me nonstop for 2 months before I was arrested. Also, McPherson, LLP, for paying Jack Struble, for Brandon Blackstock and Starstruck Entertainment, for retaining McPherson, LLP, to carry out these crimes. These financially desperate lowlifes are still a threat to Kelly Clarkson's safety, and if they are still controlling her personal security, against her wishes, by the way, as was the case the day I was falsely arrested. So it's boo security, even from jail. May 31st, I'm in jail for over 4 months, and I'm still concerned about boo security here, actually. And this time, I not only sign it, but I put my Rights for Family address. I would have put my YouTube address here, but it was taken down 2 days before I was arrested, or whatever that was. And the H. Young 111 had a little bit of stuff that could have exonerated me, but it was mostly YouTube. If I had put YouTube up there and you just looked for 2 seconds, you would have let me out of jail. So it's a whole... So anyway, so this is a grievance. What is it? Okay. February 16th, it's the grievance. Nope, okay. So anyway, Senior Alfaro. Oh, this is a grievance. You have inmate grievances, even inmate requests, grievances. Actually, before I read this, let me show you one of them. Let me show you another one. Let me show you what they look like. That's what they look like. And then here is a list of all of them that I had filed. I mean, I just wrote it out. So, index of requests, grievances, and letters on the back of this form from April to June only. So, in April to June 1st. So, I filed twice as many from June 1st until I was out on August 8th, and letters too. So, look at all of these, and I have copies of all of these. I really do. So, dear FBI, if you want some evidence or something to look for stuff. And then also, wait, what happened here? Oh, on the back. And here's all the letters. And here's all the places I sent them. LA Times on those dates, New York Times. I don't know what that is. Oh, the Latin. LA Police Department. LA Public Defender. LA District Attorney. Is that what that is? LA Mental Health Court. LA DA and LA Public Defender's Office. PD. LA County Public Defender's Office. LA County District Attorneys. And I had all their addresses up here. So there's 5-7. I'm not even listing two. This is since. So I'm not even less. This is the letter to Latino New York Times, letter to the judge. All my letters, and I sent a letter to presiding judge. Whatever. Okay, so let's get rid of that. And here is Kelly with a redheaded person recently. So here's what the inmate grievance form looks like. I'm going to read this one in a minute. What does it look like? That's page 1 and page 2. I'm going to read that one in a minute. Let me just come here and read this one in a minute. Let me go back to this. Okay, so here's the grievance that I filed on this day. It was I guess that was where I was, CRDF 3400. Oh, I'm still in 3400. I haven't been transferred to the mental health facility, the psych place. The psych cell. Senior Alfaro assured me on 5/12/23 that there would be no retaliation against me by the sheriff if I refused to go to Hollywood Mental Court on Thursday, 5/18. But there was swift retaliation against me as early as Thursday afternoon, 5/18/23, when I was transferred from general population in 2700 to the mental dorm in 3400, despite living peaceably in 2500 for 4 months. That doesn't make sense. Well, okay, whatever. I refused court to avoid another round of political abuse from my own public defender and her cronies in Hollywood Mental Court, just for me being a well-known Trump supporter. I suggest instead of harassing me in retaliation for trying to defend myself, that the sheriff and the DA and the public defender and the LAPD question Officer Ballerini of LAPD and ask him who lied to him to have me falsely arrested on 1/25/23, and then question the woman who pretended to be my public defender for a day in Hollywood Mental Court on February 15th, 2023, and ask her who lied to her to keep me falsely imprisoned for the last 4 months. Okay? So, yeah. So this was the day I was transferred, I guess. 5/22. I'm not sure. Anyway, this is just an example of what the grievances were. But I'm also talking about I refuse because they don't have jurisdiction. And as soon as if I had gone there, they would have said, "Oh, our mistake. You're free to go now." And then I would have been walked out without a copy of the restraining order, without anything. They were just trying to. I said, "Fuck you! Come and do the evaluation of me, you motherfuckers. Come and evaluate me or do something or send it to the court as I requested." I wasn't gonna go to mental health court. They had no jurisdiction. Fuck those assholes. They were trying to save their asses. They were trying to say, "Oh, our bad. You're gonna be let out now after 4 months of this shit," and I got nothing. Fuck you. They kept me. So okay. Anyway, yeah. Okay. So this is what I'm gonna do here. Mental health court. Anyway, enough already. We're done. Okay, I'm done with that shit. But I have all that shit. We're gonna be okay. So this is another grievance form, and I can't see it, and I have a copy of it, but I don't know where it is. I have a copy. I haven't just put it in writing. It says a lesbian hating. Oh, this was the stabbing. Okay, that occurred on June 29th. So sometime in early June. This is what I'm going to ask for the interrogatories for the LA County Sheriff's Department. Sometime in early June, the first week of June, the mental health judge that I'm writing to and my public defender that I'm talking about came and did a Zoom call with me. I was called out of my cell it wasn't scheduled. They do this often. They don't schedule them just to be corrupt, so you don't know what's going on. And so I go, what the hell is going on? So I'm there, and all of a sudden on the screen there are these two people. I don't recognize them because they had masks on before. And I said, "Who are you? The mental health judge?" And then I said, did you receive a copy of my letters? And he said, no. And I said, your court has no jurisdiction because I never spoke to a mental health professional, and I want this case sent back to whatever. He says, oh yeah, you did. It was this person, and it was like this lady who came in like May. She didn't come inside the cell, so she didn't have any record of being there. It was all very suspect. And I had been telling him, and I said that she didn't follow protocol, and I didn't know who that was. But they were still trying to cover their asses because she didn't do a mental health evaluation of me. I stood there and said, I'm not going to talk to you. I'm going to give you this letter. And I wasn't able to give it to her because they had me go outside the pod. It was all fucking, they were all trying to cover their asses, and I was making sure they didn't. Of course, I stayed in jail a lot longer, but I wasn't going to be let out, and then they don't have any kind of responsibility for this shit. So I want that Zoom hearing because I spent another 2 months in jail after that. I told the presiding judge to his face in a Zoom call, the presiding judge of the that had ordered me to stay in jail for a month for a mental health evaluation, and that I never, this kind of thing. I told him to his face that I hadn't been evaluated, which I hadn't. Now they're claiming I was evaluated on May. He said you have been found incompetent on May. He mentioned a date that she came in, and I don't remember her name. I said she didn't follow protocol, and also that doesn't explain why I was in jail mentally from February 16th. That doesn't mention 15th. What was I doing in jail from February 15th to May? If I'm mentally incompetent. On my record, I was mentally incompetent to stand trial that whole time without speaking to a person. So I didn't say that. I said she didn't follow protocol. I never spoke to her, except to say I'm not speaking to you. So that's all. And he didn't know what to do. And I said your court has no jurisdiction over my case. I need it sent back. He said he hadn't received my letters. I said what they said is I want it sent back for a trial. And then the public defender was all, oh yeah, and then they cut off the video, and that was the end of it. He never answered, and they cut off the video, and then the deputy walked me back to my cell laughing the whole way. He said, what was that? And I said the truth hurts. I don't know what else to tell you. And they left me in jail another 2 months, and then they let me out without even seeing it, without anything. They never gave me a copy of the fucking restraining order. Anyway, I'm going to ask the sheriff if they have a copy of that video, because it's just like the video with this person. I would love it. It's great. I thought it was a great hearing. I loved it. You sit in jail for months and months, and you have 5 seconds to speak to a judge, and I did, and it was great. And then they left me in another 2 months without speaking to a judge. Anyway, a lesbian hating. This came after that. This came after in June, late June. A lesbian hating, probably closeted gay sheriff. Is it Sergeant Casaroni? Whatever, I can't read this. Sergeant Casavio has been teaming me up with bunkies from hell for months now, trying to get me to catch a real case to negate the false imprisonment civil lawsuit coming your way. I kept telling, okay. That's the beginning, and I identified. So the backside is where I swore, but they sent it back and said, oh, let me read the backside, and then we'll come back to what they said about it. So on the backside, you have the details, and here are the details. This is about the stabbing. Okay, so especially now that my latest bunkie from hell, Diabla Gomez, stabbed me with a pencil yesterday. Okay, so now we know when I was stabbed. It was on June 28th. I didn't know this, so I'm glad I have all this information. Stabbed me, a new deal. I was making all sorts of deals. It's hilarious. I love reading this shit. I can't wait to. I should probably publish it. I will drop the lawsuits against the sheriff if the sheriff finds and fires this asshole. Wait. You stabbed me with the pencil, especially now that my latest bunkie. I will. Okay, new deal lawsuits against the sheriff. If somebody finds and files this asshole, ask Gomez and the two people she worked with yesterday to. Oh, this asshole. I think it was like an. Okay, ask Gomez. She's a good cop. And the two people who she worked with yesterday to set me who she worked with yesterday to set me up, who it is. The two others are the black woman in okay, the black woman in cell 7 who is already working a new angle against me today, and the deputy who read me my Miranda rights while I was trying to stop the bleeding from the pencil tip stuck in my arm, because he, quote unquote, couldn't figure out who the victim was. That's what he told me. So he charged me. He never charged her. He never met her Miranda rights. He just went and talked to her in her cell, and I was kicked out of the cell. I gladly left that cell. And then after that, he started reading me my Miranda rights. He didn't even ask me anything. Okay? Anyway, I said, fire him and I'll drop everything. Figure out, because it's all about cleaning house, babies. The good gay guys, i.e. not the asshole, are Cortez, Salazar. I pointed out who was gay. Cortez, Salazar, Zipser, a tall white guy always wearing a black bandana, a redhead in 3300, and the black guy from Africa who beeps around sometimes. Those are all the good gay guys. Other good deputies, the bad guy is probably trying to set up for a fall concerning me, are Barajas, Cornejo, Davis, Howell, Rodriguez, short, stocky, older Asian guy who comes around 3400 once in a great while, etc. Okay, so I was constantly sending him stuff, telling him who was part of the tobacco swamp and who wasn't, and this kind of shit. It's hilarious. I was like, but I helped some of them. One lady came in. I said, don't come in tomorrow and open that door. Don't come in. Do not open her door. She's going to come out and wreak havoc. And usually they would buzz them, and then this one, she got asked to be buzzed, and for the first time in fucking a month, this deputy did not buzz the door open for her. And she had a fit, like it was like a planned whatever. It was okay. So the response. Okay, now I'm dragging guys, but it's just fun. I have all this shit. I have tons. I have a copy of everything. It's this thick. Okay, 2 copies because I was afraid they kept rifling through my shit and they were looking for the truck keys, and I was afraid in the process of looking for truck keys they would kill all this shit. So I was. And it's in a bag because I would take it in the shower with me. God, I had a lot to sneak this shit out of here. And I also have a letter from McPherson that I received in jail for anybody who's thinking that he needed to have proof that he mailed me something for wire fraud or mail fraud. He sent me a letter in jail for a hearing on a fraudulently obtained, and I have a copy of that letter. So mail fraud right there. And it was signed by Cesana, this tranny that works for him, trans woman that works for him. I'm sure of it. Rafaela Cesana. I think she deals with people who like planes, all the guys that like planes. So she fake named herself Cesana, like a Cessna, whatever. I figured all this shit when I was in jail. It might not be that, but that's what I pictured this person as. Works for McPherson, might be the one doing all of this. She actually stamped file. She actually on the last restraining order, it was just her signature. His, whatever. So, be advised, profanity is not allowed. I can't see it. Something was filed. A report was written regarding your incident with your bunkie and filed or something. So they didn't arrest anybody. They came by and told me that she wasn't. They came by the next day and said, let me look at the boo-boo or something. He says, oh, that's nothing. I said, fuck you. This gay guy, it was a gay guy. Anyway, the end. I'm done with this video. I'm sorry about this. I don't know. Oh, and then today, this is what made me late, is for a few minutes as I saw the video that was just posted. Andy Shaw is still there, and And you did the right thing, Kelly, because they look like they're never going to get rid of him, and just cancel the whole show. I mean, if they still aren't going to get rid of him, and they're not even going to try, and of course they have a redheaded person here. I just took that because as soon as I see anybody redheaded associated with you or with the Kelly Clarkson Show, it's like. And then I looked it up, and she's not naturally redheaded. She's a natural blonde with blue eyes, and there's a lot of redheaded shit going down. I'm going to tell you about later. That's tomorrow. This was funny and it's fun, but I don't like Andy Shaw being there. He is an infantophile. He is trouble, and screw him. He's a nice guy, I'm sure, but he is definitely a huge security threat, and I'll do more on that later. Coming from the Ellen Show like that, and the shit he did over there with the online, finding people online to bring to the infantophile so that the little babies can have their penises sucked over there at the Ellen Show. That's going to be the next video. It's going to be lots of fun, baby. Okay. So that's it. I'm going to look up Emma Stone and see what's going on. And this was fun. And you're already up on stage? What time is it? It's at 6 o'clock. I told you this wouldn't get done, and you're not going to get through it. So good luck. I think you're safe, obviously, and it's going to be good. You're going to kick their butts. Everything's going to be okay, everybody. Hang in there. It's a good day for a great day, and Godspeed to everybody coming out the other side in one piece. That's PEACE and PIECE. No editing. I'm putting them up right now. No editing. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, not sorry. Maybe in the future I'll cut this down and cut it into pieces. But for now, spaghetti against the wall. Be safe, everybody. Bye.